Chapter 328. Everyone couldn't help but look at Xie Danfeng. Xie Danfeng was also very confused. She waved her hand. "Don't look at me. I don't understand anything." Xie Danxiong nodded. He looked at his sister with a complicated expression in his eyes. It seemed as if he had thought of something. Could it be that this ugly monster is an extraordinary person? Even the 3 Stars Divine Clan gave him face. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. Xie Danxiong faintly felt that he had made a mistake. A huge mistake. However, Xie Danxiong didn't regret it. Danfeng was his sister. He didn't intend to use her marriage to exchange for anything, but the husband she found had to be passable. As her blood-related brother, who could watch his sister marry an ugly man? Luo Ku-wu and Luo Ku-di nodded. They looked at each other. Luo Ku-di snorted and said in a strange tone, "You looked down on him, but he saved your family. Humph, this is really a slap in your face." First, Xie Danxiong's face turned red. "Fucking lucky bastard." Luo Ku-di snorted and said, "Let's go." The people of the Luo clan retreated like a whirlwind. The 2 brothers had a lingering fear in their hearts after this incident. They immediately retreated in the direction of the main force. Xie Danxiong also issued an order and led the people of the Xie clan to retreat. They wouldn't come to this place even if they were beaten to death. Only Xie Danfeng was muttering even after a long time had passed, "That old swindler. He said that he would give me a gift, but he just patted my shoulder and left. What gift was there? I went back and took a bath, but I didn't see anything. I made a bet with that bastard Tantan, and I lost everything. So, I'm not famous now. I'm waiting to make up for my losses. But that old bastard just said some beautiful words and left? This is too infuriating." However, the battles with the 3 Stars Divine Clan and the Spirit Beasts happened from time to time. It was easy to imagine how cruel and desperate the battles were. Even king-level experts had lost their lives. However, Xie Danfeng was only a martial great master. She was rampaging among the spirit beasts. But none of the spirit beasts attacked her. In the eyes of spirit beasts, this Xie Danfeng seemed to have become a powerful and transparent person. If I can't avoid her, I'll simply wag my tail and run away as soon as I see her. The most amazing thing was that one time. The various great clans found a stalk of flaming sea snow lotus, which was a rare medicinal herb. However, this flaming sea of snow lotus was guarded by 3 7th-grade spirit beasts. Moreover, there were quite a few spirit beasts under their command. So, they had no choice but to confront the 3 great clans. Xie Danfeng arrived at that time. She rushed over in a straightforward manner. The result was that the 3 7th-grade spirit beasts had fallen asleep at that time. And they had closed their eyes when they saw Xie Danfeng. Therefore, Xie Danfeng dug out the flaming sea snow lotus from the area where the 3 spirit beasts were circling. So much so that one of its buttocks was a little too close. Elder sister Xie Dabu actually grabbed its tail and pulled this vicious 7th-grade spirit beast up. Then, she turned it around and made it more convenient for her to attack. Yet, this spirit beast remained motionless. The onlookers from the various families were all dumbfounded and flabbergasted. The flaming sea snow lotus disappeared, and Xie Danfeng also went back. Then, the 3 7th-grade spirit beasts stood up and sneezed a few times. They looked as if they had just woken up from a nap. Then, they slowly walked away. This matter had become an unsolvable mystery in the Tsanglan battlefront. Some people even suspected that elder sister Xie Danfeng of the Xie clan had the blood of spirit beasts. Such suspicions had made Xie Danxiong furious. He had killed many people with thunderous methods. Jasper flowers had danced in the sky, and severed limbs had been scattered everywhere. Therefore, the name Jasper flowers had gradually spread in the Tsanglan battlefront. Chu Yang slowly rose from the bottom of the lake. The huge corpse of the poisonous flood dragon was lying quietly under his feet. It was getting smaller and smaller. The skin of the poisonous flood dragon was useless. Its internal organs had also been completely destroyed by the tribulation sword. Chu Yang rummaged through its body and finally cut off a few large pieces of intact meat and threw them into the tribulation space. Chu Yang had thought that since this guy was known as the poisonous flood dragon, and its name had the word dragon in it, so its meat should be very delicious. However, that spiritual scraping had broken his fantasy. The meat of the poisonous flood dragon was delicious, but it was extremely poisonous. Apart from the yin-yang poisonous dragon eyes, there was no other medicine in the world that could teach it. Chu Yang was stunned for a long time. Then, he finally decided to cut off a few pieces of meat. It was poisonous. It was poisonous. But even though he couldn't eat it, could it be that others couldn't eat it? If someone was not pleasing to the eye in the future, there was no harm in inviting them to a meal with the meat of the poisonous flood dragon. These few pieces of meat weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Chu Yang's eyes slowly brightened. His cultivation had fiercely broken through to the peak of the 7th grade revered sword after he had obtained the 3rd fragment of the tribulation sword. One more step, and he would reach the 8th grade. After that, he would become a sword king. Even Chu Yang himself felt that this speed was unimaginable. It had only been a year since he had been reborn. Chu Yang's eyes brightened. He was close to the surface of the water. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. He was about to break out of the water when he suddenly saw the silhouettes of people on the surface of the water. It seemed that many people were looking for something on the surface of the water. Chu Yang frowned. He knew that these people were definitely looking for him. Speaking of which, he had disappeared underwater for a few hours. It was truly a little unimaginable. Chu Yang had an idea. He silently swam from the depths of the water towards the small island in the middle of the Lotus Lake. He quietly landed on the small island. Then, he used his martial power to dry his clothes. Then, he lazily lay down on the grass and slept soundly. In Wu Tian couldn't find king-level expert June for a long time. So, he became more and more alarmed. The range of his search was getting bigger and bigger. Beads of sweat were seeping out of his forehead. How angry would the 5th Prime Minister be if he drowned in the lake? He slowly approached the center of the lake. Suddenly, someone tilted his ear and suspiciously asked, "What's that sound?" In Wu Tian was startled. He immediately condensed his martial power. Snore, snore, snore. It seems that someone is snoring. A martial great master laughed out loud. This guy's snoring is so earth-shattering. In Wu Tian's face was as cold as water. He listened carefully. Then, he suddenly stood up straight and pointed at the small island. "Look over there." Snore, snore. In Wu Tian was still 70 or 80 feet away from the island. So, he flew over and looked in the direction of the sound. Snore, snore. The sound of snoring was unceasingly heard. In Wu Tian finally found the center of the small island. Then, he focused his eyes on the dense grass. In Wu Tian felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. Even his scalp felt numb from anger. His hair stood erect. His subordinates cautiously looked over. They saw that the missing or drowned king-level expert June. He was lying on his back in the grass. His face was calm. His eyes were closed. He was breathing in and out rhythmically. Snore, snore. As he breathed, this somewhat outrageous snoring sound came from his mouth. In Wu Tian clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. He then walked forward with large strides. Snore, snore, squeak, squeak. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This king-level expert June not only snores, but also grinds his teeth. Look at this sound. It makes people's hair stand on end. In Wu Tian stood in front of king-level expert June. He couldn't help but sigh. I couldn't find him anywhere. And I was so anxious. So, this guy had secretly found a secluded place to sleep. But who is to blame for this? In Wu Tian sighed. He slowly squatted down and tried to wake him up. However, king-level expert June murmured something in a daze at this time. He turned over and slept on his side. His buttocks were facing In Wu Tian's face. In Wu Tian snorted and stretched out his hand to push him. However, at this time, bang, fuck. In Wu Tian quickly bounced up and jumped 70 feet away. He tightly covered his nose. It turned out that this guy actually let out a fart at this very moment. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders department had strange expressions on their faces. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They couldn't help but laugh. The first glimmer of dawn had appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyesight could clearly see that the moment King Level Master In squatted down, the distance between him and King Level Master June's buttocks was very close. A loud bang was heard. Everyone could clearly see that the hair on King Level Expert Yin's forehead had been blown away by this sudden burst of gas. This scene was very clear and spectacular. Everyone's faces were serious. However, their bodies were slightly trembling. They were trying hard to restrain themselves from laughing. Bastard! In Wu Tian felt humiliated. He angrily roared. Is there thunder? King Level Expert June sleepily asked from the underbrush. He raised his head and looked left and right. Then, he slowly crawled up. He said in a puzzled manner, "Why are you all surrounding me?" Everyone was depressed. "Why are we surrounding you? Do you think we want to surround you?" In Wu Tian walked over with large strides. His face was filled with fury. He was about to curse out loud. However, he didn't have time to speak. He didn't have time to get angry. King Level Expert June suddenly flew into a rage. Moreover, he flew into a thunderous rage. King Level Expert June fiercely jumped up and cursed, "Fuck your uncle! In Wu Tian, you are a bastard who deserves to be chopped into pieces. You are a bastard who neglects his duty. I asked you for people last night. You didn't say anything to me. Ah, look at you now. Motherfucker. You brought a group of people to bask in the sun with nothing to do?" King Level Expert June became more and more angry. He stomped his feet and roared, "Fucking Wu Tian, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will go and look for Diwu Qingro. Fuck. Our bamboo people have never been treated so coldly. This kind of perfunctory treatment. You are extremely daring. You are brain dead. You're simply a scoundrel." In Wu Tian should have been furious. However, he jumped up before In Wu Tian could speak. Chapter 329. You what? You are in the wrong, aren't you? You can't speak, can you? King Level Master June pressed on. He coldly looked at In Wu Tian. Do you feel sorry for me? Do you feel that you can't explain yourself to Diwu Qingro? He saw that In Wu Tian had opened his mouth. So, he suddenly roared like a thunderclap. It's useless to say anything. In Wu Tian, what should you do? What should I do? In Wu Tian is confused. What am I in the wrong? Why can't I explain myself? You are the one who went missing, okay? Why are you talking about it now as if it's my fault? Besides, who do you think you are? You want me to listen to your commands? You are the only one who can speak good and bad words. Surname June. Don't bully people too much. In Wu Tian cried out in tears of blood. Bully people too much? Humph. In Wu Tian, come with me. Come with me to see Diwu Qingro. I want to ask him how he arranged you. You don't want to cooperate with me. How can I bully people too much? This fucking inverts right and wrong. You are the best in the world when it comes to confusing black and white. King Level Master June angrily said. In Wu Tian was so angry that he felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He regained his consciousness after a long time. He muttered, I fucking want to vomit blood. I fucking want to vomit blood. He suddenly asked, where is he? King Level Master June has disappeared. Well, King Level Master June left in anger when King Level Master June was meditating. He said that he was going to find the Prime Minister to reason with him. A person next to him said cautiously. He wanted to say, you were confused by your anger. But he didn't dare to say it after thinking about it. I'm so angry. In Wu Tian coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. This bastard is going to find Prime Minister Diwu to reason with him? How can he be so thick-skinned? Chu Yang went ashore and saw Jingming Hun rushing towards him. King Level Master Jing, your King Level Master Yin is too outrageous. Chu Yang made the first move to gain the upper hand. So, he started to complain. Jingming Hun obviously had an urgent matter to attend to, but he had no choice but to put on a smiling face as he listened to Chu Yang's nonsense. I'm sorry, Brother June. The Prime Minister is making arrangements for the expedition. I've come to gather the manpower. Jing Minghun anxiously stamped his feet. He was almost begging for mercy. Go to war. Chu Yang was startled. What war? Let's go to Iron Cloud. Jing Minghun said, the Prime Minister will personally lead the expedition. This time, we must crush Iron Cloud into powder. Chu Yang was stunned. Diwu Qingro wants to go to war now? What's going on? Why was it so different from his previous life? He clearly had to wait for 3 years. Jing Minghun quickly walked past him while he was still in a daze. He then shouted towards Yin Wu Tian and the others who were still on the island. Come back! Come back quickly! There's an emergency. Chu Yang shook his head and shook away his unrealistic fantasies. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It seems that this expedition isn't a lie to me, King of Hell Chu. It's a real expedition. In other words, Diwu Qingro had changed his mind. Chu Yang didn't know why Diwu Qingro had changed his mind, but he knew that he didn't have time to delay. He had to return to Iron Cloud immediately. He had to face Diwu Qingro's stormy sea of attacks together with Tai Bu Tian. He had to struggle to survive in the face of absolute adversity and fight for a slim chance of survival. However, he still had 2 matters to attend to before returning to Iron Cloud. The first matter was Du Shiqing's matter. The second matter was Diwu Qingro's expedition. It was a military stratagem. If he could get his hands on this, he would be able to take the initiative for a while. Chu Yang shook his head. He no longer entangled himself with Jing Minghun and the others. His figure quickly disappeared. Jing Minghun and the others went ashore, but Chu Yang had already disappeared without a trace. Why did he leave? Isn't he looking for the lotus root? Jing Minghun was somewhat puzzled. Big brother. He didn't really go to look for Prime Minister Diwu, right? In Wu Tian asked carefully. Let's go back quickly. Jing Minghun immediately made a decision. Jing Minghun had been scolded by Diwu Qingro for half the night. He was battered and exhausted at the moment. His face was full of knots. If this king-level Master Jun were to cause any trouble in front of Diwu Qingro's anger would be at its peak. He would be most dissatisfied with the Golden Horse Riders Department. Therefore, Jing Minghun and Yin Wu Tian rushed back as if their lives depended on it. Chu Yang entered the provincial capital like a meteor. He took 2 turns and arrived at the door of a shabby small courtyard. He looked around and saw that no one was around. Then, he gently knocked on the door. He paused and then knocked twice. He paused and then knocked 5 more times. 1, 2, 5. This was the agreed-upon secret signal. The door creaked open. An old man stuck his head out. Who is it? It's me, Chu Yang said as he entered. No need to be overly courteous. He entered the room. This was the most secretive stronghold of Iron Cloud's royal family in Iron Cloud. It was an absolute secret. The old man who had opened the door was born and raised in Great Zhao. He had been there for 3 generations. Only the highest authority of Iron Cloud knew of his existence. Chu Yang would not use this line unless he had no other choice. This was because the military strength of this generation had seriously deteriorated. Once exposed, it would be a dead end. There was an old man sitting in the room with a distressed face. After confirming Chu Yang's identity, he called out, "What should we do now?" This distressed old man was none other than Du Shiqing in disguise. "Don't worry. Leave everything to me." Chu Yang smiled. "Relax. What I want to ask you is, what are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Du Shiqing sighed and said, "What plans can I have?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Senior Du, I have 2 proposals. First, after I take care of things, you and your family can live here. Diwu Qingro and Ma Tu will go to war. As long as Diwu Qingro is not in the province, you will be safe here." "What's the second proposal?" Du Shiqing raised his head. "Second, once the war starts, there will be heavy casualties. Senior Du can also join the Iron Cloud Army. You can help take care of the wounded. However, this path is more difficult. Plus, you will have to cross thousands of miles of border. It is also more dangerous." Chu Yang said casually, "If that is the case, I choose the second option." Du Shiqing said resolutely. He sighed deeply. Du Shiqing. Oh, Iron Cloud too much. If I can make up for it a little, I will make up for it a little. All right? Chu Yang pondered for a long time and finally nodded his head. Immediately, Chu Yang entered the inner room. He opened a secret door and went down. Down below, there were two unconscious young people. A woman in her 40s was looking after them. This woman was Du Shiqing's wife. Rest assured. Well, Minister Du is here. He will take care of this matter. You don't need to worry. Du Shiqing followed closely behind. Divine Dr. Du and my wife can go out first. Leave this place to me for now. Chu Yang said casually. Yes, but I don't know how you are going to take care of this matter. Du Shiqing was about to leave, but he was still worried and asked. I will make them forget a part of their memory, and this part of their memory will be forgotten a long time ago. Therefore, as long as they wake up, Senior Du will be very courageous. This is because they will not have any memory of their past. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Du Shiqing. What does Senior Du think? Forget about them. Du Shiqing stood there in a daze. This was a good idea. His son and daughter-in-law had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Golden Horse Riders Department. Their gratitude for Di Wu Qingrou's hegemony was also deeply ingrained. Once they woke up, it was likely that they would be willing to sacrifice their own family for the sake of righteousness. Directly losing this part of their memory was, of course, the best. However, Du Shiqing was also a doctor. How could he not know that this matter was very dangerous? If he was not careful, his son and daughter-in-law would turn into idiots. Are you sure? Du Shiqing asked nervously. I will use the soul-seizing great technique. Chu Yang said softly. Ah, that's good, that's good. Du Shiqing's heart was at ease. The soul-seizing great technique was an extremely evil martial art. It could make a person unconsciously open up the deepest part of their heart and do whatever they were told to do. However, this martial art was easy to learn but hard to master. It was originally something that the Yamen's senior bailiffs learned to interrogate criminals. Of course, this was the worst way to use it. As long as one's mental strength exceeded an ordinary person's, the soul-seizing great technique would not work. However, Du Shiqing was a divine doctor of his generation. Naturally, he knew the true power of the soul-seizing great technique. The main function of the soul-seizing great technique was to control. When it was practiced to a high level, one could unconsciously control a person's mind and turn them into a puppet. In Jianghu, high-level martial artists often used this technique to kill people and steal treasures. However, it was only after the opponent had lost the ability to resist. This martial art also had the ability to erase memories. The only downside was that he could not selectively erase memories. He could only kill them all at once. Therefore, Chu Yang had the saying, everything has to start from the beginning. After Du Shiqing left, Chu Yang immediately got busy. He lit up oil lamps in several conspicuous places. Under each oil lamp, he lit an incense stick. Then, he placed a large mirror on the wall. Immediately, Chu Yang sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. Then, he closed his eyes. Slowly, the atmosphere in the room became strange. The smoke slowly became dense. Chu Yang's body became steaming hot as if he was on fire. The surface of the mirror had become hazy. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and slapped the head of the young man who was lying down. After a long time, the door to the secret chamber opened. Chu Yang wiped his sweat and walked out. Du Shiqing immediately went forward to greet him. However, he was suddenly hit by the billowing smoke. How is it? Chapter 330. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Du Shiqing was moved to tears. He only had one son in his life. He raised him painstakingly, but because of him, he was captured by Di Wu Qingrou and trained as a tool to deal with him. He was a father, but his son had been brainwashed to the point that he would kill him with a knife at any time. How horrible and sad was this? Even though he had lost his memories, he had to start over. With a good physical foundation, it was not a problem. Plus, this time, even his daughter-in-law's soul was stolen. There was no need to think about it. It was dangerous. Their cultivation was not bad, and their mental strength was very high. I almost couldn't control it. Chu Yang wiped his sweat. The process of stealing their souls was very simple. It was just that Diwu Qingrou's imperialism was deeply rooted. Chu Yang almost reached his limit before he could successfully erase their memories. After that, he really broke out in cold sweat. He discussed the escape route with Du Shiqing for a while. Then, they finalized all the details. They agreed on the rendezvous point, the signal, and so on. Then, Chu Yang silently raised his voice. There was only one step left. That was Diwu Qingrou's military intelligence. Since his rebirth, Chu Yang had always been wary of Diwu Qingrou. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to face Diwu Qingrou head-on. Even though he had come to Great Zhao, even though he had met Diwu Qingrou twice, Chu Yang still felt a sense of danger. Diwu Qingrou's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. It was as if he could see through him at any time. In both his previous and current lives, Chu Yang knew that Diwu Qingrou did not know martial arts. But now, he did not believe it. No one could see through Diwu Qingrou. This person could be said to have deceived everyone. If he had a choice, Chu Yang would rather go into the palace alone than face Diwu Qingrou. But this time, he had no choice but to go. Iron Cloud was not ready yet. The number of troops they had gathered did not exceed 1 million. But Great Zhao could mobilize 4 million at any time, and all of them were well trained. The most frightening thing was that Diwu Qingrou had been training the second echelon. The second echelon's numbers were in the millions, not to mention the fact that they were recruiting new soldiers. Once the battle began, with such a huge disparity in numbers, coupled with the fact that one side was well prepared and the other side was in a hurry to fight, the outcome of the battle was obvious. It was a one-sided battle from the very beginning. Therefore, Chu Yang must get the military strength. This was the only thing that could be used against a million-strong army. Only this. Therefore, even if Diwu Qingrou's Chung Prime Minister's manor was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Chu Yang had to barge in. Perhaps this was a man's responsibility. Although there were things he couldn't do, there were things he had to do. Another day passed. At night, dark clouds covered the sky and a strong wind blew. Not long after, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. The rain became heavier and heavier, slowly forming a curtain of rain in the sky. Chu Yang secretly exclaimed that the heavens were helping him. He jumped out of his hiding place and disappeared in the boundless rain. Diwu Qingrou only slept for 3 hours before he got up. He sat alone in the study room and ordered that no one was to disturb him. The sandalwood chair was placed in front of the map. Diwu Qingrou propped up his chin with one hand and looked at the map alone. In his mind, the mountains and rivers of the entire map had already been recorded. He sat motionless. No one knew that in his mind, a fierce battle of attack and defense had already begun. Every city, every land, every mountain, every river, every general, every troop, every commander, the enemy's military strength, the enemy's generals, and even the characters and habits of the generals on both sides were closely compared. At this moment, Diwu Qingrou's brain was an extremely complex high-end computer. Even some of the military's computers couldn't calculate it so thoroughly. Diwu Qingrou wanted to conclude this war before he went to war. This was Diwu Qingrou's ability. In this world, there was no second person who could make such a meticulous plan. Only Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou sat quietly and slowly closed his eyes. The heavy rain outside seemed to provide him with an endless supply of spiritual energy. For a long time, he didn't make any movements. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Sigh. Diwu Qingrou pondered for a while. Then, he finally sighed. No matter how one looked at it, Great Zhao had no possibility of losing this war. But Diwu Qingrou still felt that it couldn't be said to be perfect. Taibu Tian may personally lead the army when the time comes. Dealing with Taibu Tian is already possible. Tai Longcheng's habits are like the back of his hand after so many years. He may be difficult to deal with, but at most, we just have to pay some price. But only King of Helchu. What kind of attitude will he take on the battlefield? Diwu Qingrou muttered to himself. After fighting with King of Helchu for so long, Diwu Qingrou didn't dare to underestimate this opponent. This person was capable of martial arts. When it was time to be ruthless, he was unimaginably ruthless. When it was time to make a move, he didn't hesitate. But when it was time to give up, he would give up. He didn't hesitate. He was good at conspiracies and tricks. Diwu Qingro wouldn't believe that such a person didn't know how to fight on the battlefield. Diwu Qingro wouldn't be worried if King of Hell Chu went to the battlefield with his Butian pavilion to carry out intelligence and assassination activities. That was because these things were powerful, but they couldn't determine the overall situation of the war. What he was worried about was, if King of Hell Chu also took command of the army, then it would be a huge pressure on his side. Diwu Qingro was confident that he could suppress Tai Longcheng and Tai Butian with his own strength. But he didn't have a suitable candidate to deal with King of Hell Chu. If he dealt with King of Hell Chu, then he would be unknowingly letting go of his control over Tai Longcheng and Tai Butian. His many years of research had been rendered useless. His subordinates had outstanding military exploits. Every one of them was a peerless talent. But they were still inferior to Tai Longcheng and Tai Butian. The outcome of this war was bound to be optimistic. But Diwu Qingro knew that he would have to pay a heavy price. Tai Longcheng was an invincible military god. Tai Butian was a strategist. And King of Hell Chu was a crafty and eccentric genius. The combination of these three people wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Diwu Qingro thought that the ideal time would be 2 years later. At that time, he would have finished his preparations. His agreement with the prairie wolves and his cultivation of them would be the most effective. But Ironclad's huge loss of spies had thrown Diwu Qingro's plans into chaos. Moreover, there were several sudden changes in the continent's capital, which led to a complete falling out with the royal family. This was even more unexpected. Then, there was a huge disturbance in the continent's capital, and this caused great Zhao's morale to plummet. The continent was the capital of the nation. Then, the most important thing was, Diwu Qingro realized that the mysteries of heaven had been mixed up since the birth of the first fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Moreover, there was a faint sign that it was shifting. Last night, heaven and earth had changed, and the sky had been dyed red with blood. This made Diwu Qingro feel that there was no time to delay. The phenomenon of the heavens was illusory in the eyes of most people, but Diwu Qingro knew that there was a vast amount of knowledge in it, and it was indeed foreshadowing something. Therefore, Diwu Qingro knew that if he didn't act quickly, the situation would be reversed. It was difficult to say that the changes brought about by the Tribulation Sword would not affect the situation of the continent. But Diwu Qingro realized that there was one person who had become a variable when it came to formulating a strategic plan: King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu's existence was like a nail in his heart. No matter how he planned, he was still like a whale in his throat. It was very unbearable. Diwu Qingro looked at the time. The sky had already darkened. He had unwittingly sat for an entire afternoon. Diwu Qingro sighed and stood up. He had thought so much that his head hurt. So, he rubbed his temples and walked out. "Prime Minister, Lord Jing has been waiting for you for a long time," an attendant reported. "Oh, let him in," Diwu Qingro said casually. "King-level Master Jun has disappeared?" Diwu Qingro frowned and said, "Is he not looking for Jielianzu?" In Wu Tian and Jing Ming Hun looked at each other in dismay. Diwu Qingro pondered. He obviously came to look for Jielianzu. So, why did he suddenly leave? Did he find it? No. According to In Wu Tian's report, he shouldn't have found it. "You mean, your boat was washed away by the evil water? At what time? What time was it?" Diwu Qingro asked. "It should have been." In Wu Tian replied cautiously. However, a strange phenomenon occurred after a while. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Diwu Qingro's complexion turned ugly. Then, it turned deathly pale. His eyes stared straight as he muttered, "You were washed away." And then a strange phenomenon occurred. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. And then King-level Master Jun disappeared. He didn't look for Jielianzu. Jielianzu? Jielianzu? Diwu Qingro's body suddenly shook, and he jumped up from his chair. Large beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead, and his complexion turned green. "Prime Minister, what's wrong with you?" Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian were startled. Diwu Qingro straightened his eyes and sat back on his chair. His complexion was extremely ugly. He took deep breaths and suddenly squeezed out a few words from the gaps between his teeth. Knotted lotus root. Knotted lotus root. What a good knotted lotus root. Dukyu. Dukyu. You tricked me. You tricked me. Diwu Qingro heavily slammed his palm on the purple jade tea table beside him, and the entire purple jade tea table silently collapsed with a bang sound. Then, it scattered into a pile of sparkling, shattered jade fragments. Chapter 331. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian opened their eyes wide as they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They looked at the pile of jade fragments as if they had seen a ghost. Cold sweat poured out of their bodies like a small river. This is the Prime Minister? Didn't the Prime Minister not know martial arts? What's going on? This is purple jade. This purple jade is 10 times harder than granite. Even a king-level expert like Jing Menghun wouldn't be able to smash Diwu Qingro to such an extent with a single palm strike, let alone the others. Moreover, the difference is too great. Is the Prime Minister a peerless master? Emperor-level master? Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian didn't dare to utter a single word in the face of Diwu Qingro's vigorous anger. They stood there with their heads lowered. They didn't even dare to breathe. Humph! Diwu Qingro coldly snorted. He stood up and suddenly laughed out loud. He then roared, "You played me like a fool. You played me so thoroughly. You're the first one to do so." He panted heavily. His eyes were like purple lightning, sweeping back and forth with an extremely sharp edge. His gaze swept over Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian. The two of them felt as if their skin had been cut open by his sharp gaze. Diwu Qingro restrained his imposing aura after a long time. He then slowly sat down. "Prime Minister, are you okay?" Jing Menghun asked cautiously. "I'm fine," Diwu Qingro said in a dull voice. He then looked up and sighed. "I let go of such a great opportunity that only comes once in 10,000 years. What a pity. What a pity. Only comes once in 10,000 years? This king-level Master Jun. What kind of king-level Master Jun is he?" Blue veins popped out on Diwu Qingro's hands as he tightly grasped the chair's handle. He coldly snorted and said, "He's clearly the sword master of Calamity Sword." What? Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian suddenly felt as if thunder had struck their ears. They turned pale with fright and their bodies started to sway. "Master of Calamity Sword?" Yin Wu Tian stammered. He felt dizzy. "Oh my God. I've been with Master of Calamity Sword for such a long time?" Not only that, he was even scolded by the Calamity Sword Master. Yin Wu Tian's anger suddenly disappeared. In fact, he even felt a faint sense of glory in the depths of his heart. The Master of Tribulation Sword. Mother, that is the Master of Tribulation Sword, the extremely mysterious Calamity Sword Master who rules over the entire Double Heavens continent. What knotted lotus root? He was searching for the Calamity Sword. The third fragment. Diwu Qingro's saliva almost sprayed on Yin Wu Tian's head. He took away the third fragment of the Tribulation Sword, right under the eyes of an idiot like you? Diwu Qingro's self-cultivation could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Normally, he would not lose his self-control. But today, he directly became ferocious. There was no other reason. Calamity Sword. Calamity Sword Master. This was the Tribulation Sword Master who was related to the fate of the upper three heavens ruling clans. He had appeared and disappeared in front of him. Moreover, he had taken away the third fragment of the sword. So, the so-called young man of the Yi clan that you brought to the treasury that day is undoubtedly the Tribulation Sword Master. Diwu Qingro hurriedly paced back and forth in the room. This matter is a trap set up by Dukyu and the Tribulation Sword Master. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian looked at each other in dismay. "Prime Minister, if you have a way, you can go to the upper three heavens and ask Dukyu for an explanation," Jing Menghun bravely proposed. "What kind of nonsense is this? The upper three heavens is going to change dynasties after the birth of the Calamity Sword. Dukyu can't wait for the great clans of the upper three heavens to be destroyed so that other clans, such as his, can rise to the top. How could he tell me? Besides, Dukyu has already climbed up the Tribulation Sword Master's thigh. As long as the Tribulation Sword Master doesn't die, he will succeed sooner or later. Then, Dukyu will ascend to the top. How could he reveal any information to me? You want me to ask? Isn't that the same as asking someone to slap me on the left side of my face? Isn't that asking for trouble? Diwu Qingro roared. Jingming Hun hurriedly shrank his neck and said nothing. However, the information revealed by Diwu Qingro's words made Jingming Hun's heart beat wildly. Oh my God! Prime Minister is a member of one of the great clans of the upper three heavens. This knowledge made Jingming Hun feel even more reverence for Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro's emotions calmed down after a while. He said, "It's over, never mind." Diwu Qingro raised his head and looked at Jingming Hun weakly. He said, "You guys go out first. Wait for a while." Jingming Hun and In Wu Tian hastily withdrew from the room. Diwu Qingro closed his eyes and tried hard to calm the waves in his heart. He picked up a pen, wrote a letter, and sent it out. He was silent for a while. Then, he stood up and said, "You guys come in." His voice had regained its usual elegance and calmness. The matter of the Tribulation Sword Master had a big impact on Diwu Qingro. However, he had extraordinary willpower. So, his mood had completely calmed down. However, Diwu Qingro didn't know that he had misunderstood something. Others didn't know who king-level expert Jun was. However, Dukyu clearly knew that he was Chu Yong, king of Hell Chu. However, Dukyu didn't know that Chu Yong was the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone was kept in the dark about this matter. The only person who knew about the appearance of the Tribulation Sword Master was Diwu Qingro. However, Diwu Qingro had thought that the Tribulation Sword Master was Duke Yu's friend. So, he had made such a wonderful mistake. Chu Yang's identity would have been exposed if this matter had been pursued relentlessly. Even if it hadn't been exposed, it wouldn't have been a secret to Dukyu. However, due to a freak combination of factors and a serious misunderstanding, this secret that was supposed to be exposed continued to be maintained. Moreover, after this concealment, Diwu Qingro would view Dukyu as his mortal enemy from now on. This added a deadlock to the exposure of this secret. Jingming Hun and In Wu Tian hurriedly entered the study room. Diwu Qingro cautiously said, "Your Golden Horse Riders department will play a big role in this war. So, you two must be prepared." At this time, Chu Yong had quietly approached Diwu Qingro's Chung Prime Minister's manor under the cover of the heavy rain. Chu Yang's body was like a demon in the pouring rain. His black clothes made him look like a ghost. He was floating in the rain like a weightless ghost. Every wall, every tree, every falling tree, and even every drop of rain had become his cover. Chu Yong had come to know how tight the defense of Diwu Qingro's Chung Prime Minister's manor was after this secret infiltration. There were experts guarding the outermost perimeter of the Prime Minister's manor. They were closely watching every direction. Everyone who approached the young Prime Minister's manor was under their surveillance. Then, there were experts guarding him for every 100 feet he advanced. Moreover, they were patrolling in a circle in picturesque disorder. The outer circle of each defensive circle was focused on the blind spots of the previous defensive circle. From top to bottom, from outside to inside, they were monitoring him from all directions. If it weren't for this sudden downpour, it would have been impossible for Chu Yong to sneak into Diwu Qingro's Chung Prime Minister's manor without anyone noticing. However, with this heavy rain, the impossible became possible. Diwu Qingro's young Prime Minister's manor was an absolutely safe place that hadn't had any accidents for many years. With this downpour, who would be willing to be drenched by the rain? So, Chu Yong carefully avoided it. Like a ghost, he floated close to the walls of Diwu Qingro's Chung Prime Minister's manor. Naturally, the sword spirit's constant reminders were also the most important factors in his mind. After all, although there were many people who neglected their duties, there were even more people who were conscientious in their duties. How do I get up? Chu Yong looked at the 50 feet high wall and was worried. With his skills, he could naturally jump over it. But the problem was, there were definitely more experts watching this place. It was easy to get up, but not being discovered was indeed difficult. You can only take the risk, the sword spirit said sympathetically. Fuck. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to take the risk. His body was stuck to the wall like a thin piece of paper. In the rain, Chu Yang's body was motionless, but he rose in a straight line without a sound. The raindrops fell on the ground and on his body. Chu Yang's head had already appeared on the wall, but he immediately stuck his head to the top of the wall. His body rose. Every bit he rose, he stuck to the wall. At this moment, it seemed as if his body didn't have any soft bones. Like a snake, he wriggled up and then lay on the wall. From beginning to end, he didn't make the slightest sound. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. It seemed that someone was coming this way. Chu Yang's body tensed up. Then, he relaxed and calmed down. Who dares to come on such a rainy day? Don't they have anything better to do? One of them muttered. The more this kind of weather is, the more vigilant one should be. You must know that stealing the wind but not the moon, stealing the rain but not the snow, this is the treasure book of night walkers. Especially in such a heavy downpour, it is the best time for night walkers to appear. Another person scolded. If something big happens because of our negligence, then even if we have 10,000 heads, it won't be enough to chop off. Yes, yes, yes. Third brother Ning, I have learned. The other person's tone was obviously full of dissatisfaction. The two of them were talking as they walked. They were vigilantly watching the surrounding movements. They were completely unaware that Chu Yang was lying on the wall. Chu Yang didn't move. He listened to the two people walk away in the rain. Then, he quietly raised his head and looked at the house not far away. As long as he went up to the roof, it could be said that he had truly entered the Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 332. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and the rainwater gushed into his mouth. But he endured it. The muscles under his back contracted, and the muscles around his thighs contracted at the same time. Chu Yang's body suddenly floated up while lying flat on the ground. In the rain, he looked like a piece of slowly drifting dark cloud as he floated towards that side of the roof. This distance was a full 50 feet. Chu Yang had used such a high difficulty method to fight for his life. His body did not move at all, and he floated over 50 feet. When he had drifted more than halfway, he suddenly heard the two people who had just walked past him hurriedly coming back. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. Why did those two bastards come back? He was now floating quietly in the air, and he was a big target. If they raised their heads, they would immediately discover him. If they really discovered him, not to mention stealing the information, it would be wishful thinking for him to escape unscathed. But he had no other choice now. He could only resign himself to fate. He could not even increase his speed by a little. Something is not right. I said something is not right. One of the men walked over to where Chu Yang was lying and jumped up to look at the wall. Chu Yang closed his eyes. This person's actions had almost scared him to death. How did he notice that something was not right? What's wrong? The other man asked. Just now, I was thinking. Along the way, the sound of raindrops was always pitter-patter, but when we got here, it changed. It became puff, puff, puff. This is not the sound of raindrops hitting the wall. That person carefully inspected the wall, his brows furrowed. Chu Yang secretly exclaimed in his heart. And at this time, his body finally floated to the roof ridge on that side and quietly landed behind the eaves. His heart was finally at ease, and he felt weak all over. He finally understood that being a thief also required a strong mentality. Just now, he was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Something is not right. It's Pa now. The tall man stood under the wall and did not raise his head. He was deep in thought. What do you mean by Pa? Pu. I'm hearing pu from your body. Another person said. Could it be that what I heard just now was coming from your body? The tall man asked suspiciously. Suddenly, he realized something and said, That's right. Only when the raindrops fall on a person's clothes will there be a pu sound. Looks like I really thought you were a spy. Haha. Another person snorted and scolded. That's right. You're the spy. The two of them finally walked away while talking. Chu Yang's body was also covered in cold sweat. That's right. The sound of raindrops hitting clothes and hitting the roof tiles was completely different. The roof tiles were hard and smooth, while the clothes were soft. If it was a lake, one would be able to tell right away. If he was in Diwu Qingrou's study room right now, he would have been surrounded on all sides. But how to solve this problem? Chu Yang lay on his back, gritted his teeth, and gently removed his clothes. Silently, he was left with only a pair of underwear. The sound of the raindrops hitting his body was the same as the sound of the raindrops hitting the roof tiles. But King of Hell Chu looked at his naked body and could not help but sigh. Motherfucker, I have to betray my prime minister just for a little bit of information. Furthermore, her skin is too white. It's not as good as the black clothes. But there is no other choice. This is still considered the periphery. If I wear clothes, I will be found out before I can reach the inside. Although my body is white, but it should be fine if I am careful. Thinking of this, Minister Chu began to move cautiously. He was bare-chested, revealing his two big hairs. He moved stealthily above Diwu Qingrou's prime minister manor. After moving 2 rooftops, he still felt that there was something wrong with the strip of cloth between his waist. Moreover, the sound was still pu-pu-pu. King of Hell Chu thought for a while and did not take it off. He just tore off another piece. Now, Chu Yang felt that it was fine. There was only a piece of cloth as thick as a finger left on his back. The front part of his body still had to be covered. But when the time comes, I can just lie down. The raindrops hit his buttocks and made pa-pa-pa sounds. However, such an image was simply too unsightly. Minister Chu smacked his lips. Who cares if it is unsightly or not? Anyway, no one will see it. This dark night is full of rain. The defense of the inner residence became even tighter. Chu Yang moved cautiously while listening to the movements below. At the same time, he observed his surroundings. He had already determined that although the defense of the Prime Minister's manor was tight, there should be 2 places with the tightest security. That was because all the defenses were set up to serve those 2 places. According to Chu Yang's guess, one of these places should be Diwu Qingrou's bedroom, and the other should be the study. The wind was mournful. The rain in the sky did not lessen. Instead, it became heavier and heavier. Chu Yang grimaced in pain as the water curtains rained down from the sky. He was suffering unspeakable pain. He could even feel the strong impact of the raindrops hitting his buttocks. It was actually able to make a dent in his buttocks before bouncing back out. Is this fucking rain or hail? Chu Yang cursed fiercely in his heart. However, such a heavy rain provided excellent cover for his movements. He had unexpectedly broken into the innermost area without any danger. The place he was at now was one of the 2 places with the tightest security. Chu Yang quietly lay on the roof. He carefully paused for a while. There was no movement below. He could not help but sigh. It seemed that his luck was not good. Diwu Qingrou was not inside. Chu Yang sighed resentfully and moved to another place. This time, Chu Yang was even more careful. The sword spirit felt strained because Chu Yang had used a huge amount of spiritual energy in less than 2 hours. It was simply a sea of spiritual energy. To put it bluntly, if the sword spirit had not stored so much spiritual energy for Chu Yang in his consciousness space, Chu Yang would not have been able to calmly reach this place. This was simply something that exceeded everyone's expectations. The sword spirit frantically turned the medicinal energy into energy and transferred it to the tribulation sword. After the tribulation sword digested it, it turned into pure spiritual energy and entered Chu Yang's dantian. Then, it rushed up from the dantian and into the meridians of the whole body, supporting Chu Yang's actions this time. It could be said that Chu Yang was in this invisible place. Due to his extreme nervousness, he did not know that he had completed the most important cultivation of his life in the process of being a thief. This could be said to be a fool's fortune. Finally, Chu Yang was like a thin piece of paper. He silently landed on the roof of Diwu Qingrou's study in the pouring rain. Then, he slowly lay down. This was also because Chu Yang's luck was too good. Under normal circumstances, the roof of Diwu Qingrou's study room was guarded by a martial expert. But today, this unprecedented rainstorm had drenched this martial expert. Moreover, When the rainstorm was getting heavier, Diwu Qingro personally ordered him to go down and rest. Now, this expert was in his own room feeling the thoughtfulness of Prime Minister Diwu. He did not know that his position had been completely occupied by someone else. Chu Yang quietly lay down. He quietly mobilized the greatest amount of energy he could use and listened attentively to the movements below. At this time, Diwu Qingro and Jing Ming were together, discussing the matters of this expedition. Han Buchu was taking notes on one side. Han Buchu's heart was filled with admiration for Diwu Qingro's strategic ideas. Some of Diwu Qingro's plans, strategies, arrangements, troops deployment, and arrangements were all linked together. There were no flaws. Every army cooperated with each other. Once something happened, at least 2 reinforcements would come immediately, using one's own bad news to form a trap for the enemy. In particular, the arrangements for each general were all in line with the general's temperament. So much so that Diwu Qingro had even included several generals of Ironclad in his calculations. Who should deal with whom? 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 What weakness should be exploited? Diwu Qingro seemed to be able to see the nearby mountains and rivers. He pointed out the possible uses of each mountain and river and the possible disadvantages that could be exploited by the enemy. There were at least 3 sets of strategic plans for each geographical location. They could be flexibly adjusted according to the enemy's arrangements to ensure that the army remained in an invincible position, and so on and so forth. It was not only Han Buchu who was in admiration. Even Minister Chu on the roof was in admiration. He had never seen a person with such a good brain. Not only did he have complete control over his own people, but he also had a thorough understanding of the enemy. He even knew the geography of the continent in his heart. Even, a mountain had grown a few feet taller over the years. And how to use these few feet in battle. Diwu Qingro even had a plan. This was simply abnormal. King of Hell Chu was amazed in his heart. However, he concentrated on listening and memorizing. He knew that he only had this one chance. Diwu Qingro was pondering. He was speaking casually while letting Han Buchu record. Diwu Qingro deeply understood a principle. A good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. His mind was very calm, and his state of mind was excellent. Under such circumstances, he could think of many bold and imaginative strategies. If he did not record them down, his inspiration would be gone. If he forgot, it would be a huge loss. Diwu Qingro was confident that his memory was not inferior to anyone in the world. However, he did not dare to say that he could remember everything. Chapter 333. Diwu Qingro had a habit. Every time a war starts, he likes to deduce the battle in his heart. How to fight, how to proceed, how to fight with wits and bravery. What should I do if the enemy is like this? What should I do if the enemy is like this? Diwu Qingro's war fantasies had been proven to be true. They were based on the habits of the enemy's military commanders. Every time he made a deduction, he would find that whether it was the beginning, the process, or the end of the war, the result would be similar to Diwu Qingro's deduction. This was Diwu Qingro's unique ability. Right now, he was talking in a disorderly manner. It seemed that there was no order or logic to it at all. He would just say whatever came to his mind. However, after he had arranged everything, the person who recorded it would just need to record it all down and sort it out a little. It would then become a complete war textbook. Then, Diwu Qingro would personally go to the battlefield with this organized record. In some critical moments, he would be too late to perform. Or, his mind would be in a mess. But, he only needed to flip through the record, and he would be able to sort out his thoughts. Then, he would be able to lead the troops to the correct path. This was Diwu Qingro's unique ability. Diwu Qingro's wonderful ideas gradually came to an end. Han Buchu's wrist was almost sore from the recording. Minister Chu was even more miserable on the roof. He felt that his skin had become numb from the raindrops. Moreover, he had to rack his brain to remember every word that Diwu Qingro had said. He had to remember as much as he could. Under the internal and external frictions, the exhaustion of his spirit had reached its peak. King-level Master Jing, how much military strength can your Golden Horse Riders Department mobilize this time? Diwu Qingro asked. It was obvious that Diwu Qingro was going to use this secret force as his trump card after he had finished arranging the military forces. Chu Yang on the roof immediately pricked up his ears. Jingming pondered for a moment and said, Golden Horse Riders Department has suffered many setbacks during this time. Their high-level strength has been reduced, but their general framework hasn't collapsed. If the Prime Minister is going to go all out this time, he paused and said, the main army of Golden Horse Riders can mobilize 15,000 people. Furthermore, these 10,000 Golden Horse Riders could be assigned with 20 Command Horse Riders as commanders. The Black Horse Assassin Knights can be dispatched with 1,000 men. If the Iron Horse Cavalry is present, another 1,000 men can be added. If the Black Horse Cavalry is allowed to go into battle, there will be a total of 300 men. In the Golden Horse Riders Department, the Golden Horse Riders were in charge of combat, while the Command Horse Riders were the higher-ups. The Black Horse Riders were assassins, while the Iron Horse Riders were in charge of intelligence and scouting. The Black Horse Riders were in charge of punishment, while the Silver Horse Riders were not necessarily in charge of fighting, but they were in charge of money and making money. Every one of them was an extremely shrewd business mind. Jingming paused again and said, as for the strength of the Silver Horse Riders, if we gather them, we can provide Prime Minister with 100 million taels of silver for this war. Diwu Qingro nodded in satisfaction. He then said, we won't need to hold anything back in this war. It would be enough to have In Wutian stay behind with 100 people to take care of In Wutian. Naturally, the most important task was to suppress the prefectures, and there could not be any chaos. If there's any mishap, Geely will take action. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Ming Hun said. In other words, this time, the Golden Horse Riders Department can dispatch 18,000 people? Yes. King-level leader Jing, you will personally lead the army to suppress the Golden Horse Riders Department. 20 Command Horse Riders will be scattered. Diwu Qingro slowly paced and said, this time, there may be 3 big battlefields. You will divide the 18,000 people into 2,500 elite troops. You will divide them into 3 big battalions, each of which will be led by a Command Horse Rider. At the critical moment of the war, you will have the power to break through the enemy's ranks. Yes. Jing Hun's eyes emitted a crazy desire to fight. In addition, you will personally lead 10,000 people. 14 Command Horse Riders will intersperse them. They will be the last force, and also the trump card that will decide the outcome of the war. Diwu Qingro said slowly. His eyes flashed. Jing Hun hastily complied. He repeated it in his mind and firmly remembered it. Prime Minister, why do you want to divide them like this? Han Buchu was puzzled. If 18,000 people were divided into 3 battalions, wouldn't their fighting strength be even stronger? Moreover, no matter which side it was in front of, it would be a powerful force. 2,500 people. In a war with millions of troops, it was still too little. Golden Horse Riders Department is no longer a secret. Iron Cloud certainly knows about Golden Horse Riders Department. They have always been in awe of Golden Horse Riders Department. They have always been inquiring about Golden Horse Riders Department, but the number of people in Golden Horse Riders Department is a big secret. Besides King-level leader Jing, even I don't know the exact number of people in Golden Horse Riders Department. This is a result that I have intentionally created. Diwu Qingro gently smiled and said, therefore, according to Tai Long Cheng's personality, he will inevitably train a group of elites to deal with Golden Horse Riders Department. Our 3 battalions have them. You should know that these 3 battalions together have a fighting strength of 8,000 people. Tai Long Cheng only needs to face each other once to find out. The terrifying fighting strength of Golden Horse Riders Department will certainly surprise him. If that's the case, why not? If that's the case, Tai Long Cheng will be surprised and afraid, but he will also be relieved. Once Golden Horse Riders Department makes a move, it will no longer be a secret. Therefore, Iron Cloud's vigilance against Golden Horse Riders Department will also be reduced. Therefore, they will certainly send out their elites to destroy these 3 battalions at all costs. In other words, these 3 battalions will attract the attention of their elites. But these 3 battalions will not be easy to swallow even if they are given to them to eat. And when they gradually encroach on these 3 battalions of Golden Horse Riders Department, They will certainly be relieved, Diwu Qingro slowly said. At that time, they will have the courage to fight. Diwu Qingrou's voice was somewhat sarcastic as he said this. However, no one knows that I have left 10,000 of the Golden Horse Riders Department's elite fighting force to deal with him. So, what will happen? Diwu Qingro chuckled. So that's how it is. These 10,000 people are the Prime Minister's true secret weapon. Han Buchu suddenly realized. Yes, this is the real force that will decide the outcome of the war. Moreover, it's also the most unexpected force. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Kill the generals, seize the flag, and directly crush Tai Longcheng's main force. If I'm not wrong, it will fall on these people to capture Tai Longcheng and Tai Butian alive. The Prime Minister is wise. Han Buchu prostrated himself in admiration. Golden Horse Riders Department had always been a secret, but it was no longer a secret in the battle between the two sides. At the very least, the higher-ups of both sides were well aware that the other side was aware of it. And Diwu Qingro was playing tricks with this number of people. He was going to kill a team from the dark and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. But he was going to use his real strength in this battle. And he was going to use it as a hidden killer move. The power that had already become clear was once again transformed into a dark and deadly blade. Chu Yang was listening on the roof. He was sweating all over. If he hadn't heard these words, he wouldn't have doubted if he had encountered this force on the battlefield. He would have fallen into Diwu Qingrou's trap. If that were to happen, the 10,000 elites that would fall from the sky during the final battle would truly be caught unawares and consigned to eternal damnation. Diwu Qingro was really ruthless. He was willing to use a total of 18,000 elite soldiers as cannon fodder for the final victory. Okay, I will remember, Jingming said. Prime Minister, there is also the poison you asked me to collect last time. I have collected almost all of it. How much do you have now? Diwu Qingro asked. The water-soluble poison has already been refined to 1,300 pounds. The moose smoke and the chaotic spirit grass are about 2,000 pounds each, Jingming said with a heavy tone. What's the real deal? Diwu Qingro slowly nodded and said, the water-soluble poison is still too little. We need to hurry up and refine it. The moose smoke is almost enough. However, we still need to continue collecting. The more the better. Meng Meng respectfully complied. Those poison masters, check again. If there is a little suspicious, kill them without mercy. Diwu Qingro slowly paced 2 steps. Yes. The most important thing is to observe the direction of the wind and the direction of the flow of the water. Another thing is, every time you throw in the poison, there must be one family. You must prepare the troops in advance. Diwu Qingro exhorted. Yes. I have already told you these things to pay attention to. Then tell me again. Diwu Qingrou's voice was very strict. This is a serious matter. You must not be careless. Yes. On the roof, Chu Yang's heart could not help but pound. This shock was really too big. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. He almost could not feel the pouring rain outside his body. Poison. 1,300 pounds of water-soluble poison was still too little. Chu Yang was very clear about the water-soluble poison's function. If a troop's water source was poisoned, how big would the loss be? As for the moose smoke and the chaotic spirit grass, they were even more serious. If Diwu Qingrou's men stood in the wind during the decisive battle and lit the moose smoke, then they would be able to resolve the battle without shedding a drop of blood. Moreover, Chu Yang dared to bet that Diwu Qingro would never let his troops be in a position where the wind was against him. If the wind was against him, Diwu Qingro would rather give up the opportunity to fight. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was in trouble. The 2 people below were much more powerful than him. He could hide here because the sword spirit had restrained his golden body's vitality. Now that his heart had skipped a beat, he would definitely be alert. Suddenly, there was silence below. Chapter 334. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. He jumped up and pulled out his calamity sword. The curtain of rain shook, and he turned into a ray of light. His body and sword became one. He used all his strength and flew out like a meteor. The moment he jumped up, the roof that he was hiding in suddenly exploded with a loud bang and was completely lifted up by an unparalleled force, turning into a huge hole. A loud shout came. "Where do you think you're going?" Following which, a powerful force as condensed as a mountain flew over as if it had materialized. The strength chi broke through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the strength chi passed, it created a vacuum in the pouring rain. The water vapor actually exploded with a loud bang, filling the air with a misty white mist. Chu Yang had arrived at the perimeter of the wall. He was about 300 feet away from the study. However, he felt as if his back had been smashed by a 1,000-pound hammer. His chest felt as if it had been smashed by a 1,000-pound hammer. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. His vision had turned blurry. He knew that he had sustained fatal injuries. His legs went soft. He stood on the wall and almost fell down again. Sharp whistling sounds came from all directions. It was an extremely dense rain of arrows that flew over like a black cloud and shot towards Chu Yang from all directions. The rain of arrows filled the sky and miraculously blocked the heavy rain outside. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and used all his strength. He kicked off the wall and waved the calamity sword in his hand. It was a move called This Road to the Underworld. This move was both a sword control and an indomitable killing move. At this moment, he used the power of this move. His body turned into a blurry white shadow under the sword light and shot forward like a sharp arrow. He flew into the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was reflected by the dense sword light onto his body. That mouthful of blood was mixed with a few pieces of his internal organs. The sword light flashed like a meteor. The wall behind him had turned into a huge hedgehog with arrows sticking out of it. Cold light. The heavy rain that was obstructed finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. There was a hubbub of voices and the entire residence was in chaos. Martial arts experts sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Suddenly, they appeared in the heavy rain and chased after Chu Yang. On the roof of the study room, Diwu Qingro slowly retracted his right hand. His eyes were fierce. It seemed as if he had pierced through the heavy curtain of rain to capture Chu Yang's figure. Who is it? Jing Minghun's heart palpitated with fear. This person's body was extremely fast. Jing Minghun had just come out, but the opposite party had already escaped after receiving a palm strike. It's King of Hell Chu. Diwu Qingrou's expression turned solemn. Diwu Qingrou caught a glimpse of Chu Yang's back. Even though Chu Yang wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment, Diwu Qingrou still had a deep impression of this sharp-tongued Duke Chu. This was the first time in his life that he had been tricked so miserably. So, how could he not have a deep impression? The moment he saw this figure, he immediately recognized it. Coding. You came here naked on such a rainy night to steal information. Diwu Qingrou coldly snorted and said, King of Hell Chu is very careful and daring. Jing Minghun and Yin Wu Tian were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Diwu Qingrou's sudden display of martial arts had already shocked the two of them. And now, King of Hell Chu's trail had appeared in the heavily guarded Prime Minister's mansion. Diwu Qingrou's heaven-shaking strike had left the two of them dazzled. The two of them had come out late. They had only seen Diwu Qingrou raise his hand. Then, a sharp sound of breaking air resounded. Then, a sword light disappeared like a meteor. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to make people revere him to the extreme. What kind of terrifying cultivation does he have to be to send out such a palm strike? He was 300 feet away from the wall at that time. Is Diwu Qingrou confident that his palm strike can reach that far? Pursue him with all your might. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed as he insipidly said, he was hit by my destroying soul and breaking heart palm. His 5 internal organs must have been severely damaged. His organs must have been shattered. He can't have run far. This time, I want to see him alive or dead. Yes, Jing Minghun complied. He thought, destroying soul and breaking heart palm? What kind of martial arts is this? Which aristocratic family does he belong to? This was the first time that Jing Minghun had heard of this name. However, he felt that these 5 words were full of cruelty and blood. It seemed that just hearing this name would make people's heart throb. The destroying soul and breaking heart palm doesn't have any external injuries. However, this palm technique only targets the internal organs. Diwu Qingro explained. Moreover, the person hit by the destroying soul and breaking heart palm will emit an orchid fragrance from his 5 internal organs if he doesn't die after 2 hours. This fragrance is very easy to track. Moreover, this orchid fragrance can't be removed unless the body, Therefore, this destroying soul and breaking heart palm has been changed to 10,000 miles fragrance, orchid heart chasing soul. Diwu Qingro's sharp eyes looked at Jing Minghun. Do you understand? I understand. Jing Minghun's spirit was roused. He thought, I might as well hang myself if I can't catch King of Hell Chu this time with such an obvious tracking method. The prefectures and the nearby cities must be under lockdown. If you can't find him in 1 day, the lockdown will be extended by 50 miles. If you can't find him in 3 days, the lockdown will be extended by 500 miles. If you can't find him in 10 days, the entire Great Zhao will be under lockdown all the way to the border of Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro said resolutely. Yes, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Even if you find him, you can't stop until you can confirm his identity. You must bring the person or the corpse back for me to personally confirm. Only then can the lockdown be lifted. Yes, kill Chu Yang today, and we will have the country in our hands tomorrow. Diwu Qingro's eyes emitted a scorching light. We will do our best. He paused and then said, We will do our best. He paused again and then continued, If you escape from the hands of anyone, your clan will be exterminated. If you don't perform well in the search, your clan will be exterminated. If you don't report, your clan will be exterminated. If you cooperate, your clan will be exterminated. This lockdown will not be lifted as long as King of Hell Chu is alive. Yes, go. You will lead all the command horse riders and the entire force of the Golden Horse Riders Department in this search. I will issue a lockdown order later. Regardless of the level of the officials, they will cooperate with you. Yes, if you can't find him in 2 hours, pay attention to the orchid fragrance. Go. Yes, I will take my leave. The people had gone far away, and the Prime Minister's mansion had become quiet. However, the entire prefecture had begun to fall into chaos. King of Hell Chu, it would be a miracle if you can escape from my destroying soul and breaking heart palm at such a close distance. But I don't believe that you are so lucky that you are blessed by the will of heaven. Diwu Qingro thought, if Chu Yang is still alive under such circumstances, then there is no other explanation other than the blessing of heaven. Diwu Qingro returned to the study room and thought for a while. He looked at the rain pouring down from the big hole in the ceiling. His eyes flashed. He muttered to himself, but still felt somewhat uneasy. This is too important. King of Hell Chu sneaked into the study room while I was making arrangements. It can be said that he has already seen through my entire plan. It would be terrible if King of Hell Chu escapes this time. The safest way is to turn King of Hell Chu into a dead man. And this time, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soul and breaking heart palm. Orchid fragrance. It can be said that King of Hell Chu's life has never been in my hands. Tai Longcheng and Tai Bu Tian won't be a problem as long as King of Hell Chu is killed. Diwu Qingro turned around, and his robe fell on the chair with a schwa sound. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the study room and jumped to the roof. It stopped in the void at the place where Chu Yang was eavesdropping. Then, as if it was imitating something, it suddenly jumped up, and the sword in its hand turned into a round sword light. It swept through the rainy night and reached the top of the wall. Then, its legs went soft, and the long sword emitted a cold light. This person's figure suddenly disappeared along with the sword light. All of these actions were exactly the same as what Chu Yang had done earlier. In the darkness of the night, this person vaguely left behind a sentence. He leapt to the top of the wall to borrow strength from there. This kind of cultivation is definitely not at the king level. Yes, not at the king level. Even a king-level expert would have died without a doubt after that palm strike, let alone a mere revered martial artist. Diwu Qingro had always appeared in front of the world as a human, but, this time, He had personally set out to kill King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang was running for his life. He felt that his internal organs had been shattered. The injuries he had sustained this time were no small matter. Sword Spirit tried his best to use the medicinal efficacies to heal his injuries. But there wasn't much of an effect. You must immediately stop and find a place to treat your injuries. Otherwise, given your current condition, if you use your full power at full speed, I'm afraid you will become the first sword master in history to die today. The Sword Spirit said in his mind, "You still have the face to talk." Chu Yang was somewhat angry. He was extremely sad and indignant. His cultivation hadn't reached the point where he could hide all the vitality in his body. So, he couldn't stop his heartbeat to eavesdrop. All of this had been done by Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit had intercepted Chu Yang's vitality when he had successfully possessed Diwu Qing Ro's study room. Even an Emperor-level expert wouldn't have been able to detect Chu Yang's existence under such circumstances. But he had been severely impacted by this information at the most critical moment. And his heartbeat had recovered. This recovery of his heartbeat wasn't a big deal. But it had pushed him into a bottomless abyss. I couldn't do anything. Sword Spirit also felt very wronged. He said, "You can stop your heartbeat for at most half an hour with your current revered sword master cultivation. You won't be able to stop your heartbeat for more than half an hour. But I also had a way at that time. I only needed to wrap your vitality with sword intent. Then, your heart would stop beating with sword intent, and everything would be fine. But who would have thought that I would withdraw my power? And I would have been prepared to use sword intent. And your heart would have started to beat fiercely because of this information." Chapter 335. The timing was too coincidental. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan, but because of a moment of carelessness in the blink of an eye, it led to an irrecoverable effect. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. He listened to the increasingly chaotic sounds of pursuit from all directions. It seemed as if the entire province was on the move. He helplessly said, "Where can I hide in such a situation?" Sword Spirit also sighed. There is no place to hide in such a situation. Moreover, this is Great Zhao. Moreover, this is the capital city of Great Zhao. If I were to randomly find a place to hide, I might be sold to Diwu Qingro as soon as I enter. And I can't look for my own people. There's no other possibility except to implicate them and send them to their deaths. But his injuries are so serious. Is this Master of Tribulation sword going to die? It was still nighttime, but the sun would rise in at most half an hour, and there would be nowhere to hide once the sun rose. Even now, the sounds of the search were getting closer and closer. Chu Yang felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. He felt as if there was 1,000 pounds under his feet. He barely managed to flip over a low wall. Then, his body went limp. He leaned against a pile of firewood in a corner. He barely squeezed his body into the pile of firewood, but he didn't have the least bit of strength left in his body. He opened his eyes and looked through the gaps in the pile of firewood. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. I thought that I had entered a house, but I didn't know that I was at a fork in a small road. And this pile of firewood is in a conspicuous position. Motherfucker! Even a fart can dislocate a person's heel when they are unlucky. Chu Yang muttered in his heart. However, he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. So, he could only resign himself to fate. There was a lot of noise. People were constantly passing by this pile of firewood. They were in a hurry. The sound of horse hooves was rapid. They came with a rumbling sound, and then rumbled away. More than a dozen people came and went in a short period of time. Some people even stopped by this pile of firewood to talk for a while. They expressed their views on the matter of the pursuit of King of Hell. Chu Yang steeled his heart at this time. Do whatever you want. Anyway, the situation is so bad that I can't even imagine it. The worst result is that I will be captured. That's all. I've already died once. So, why would I be afraid of death? This generation was a prophet to begin with. With this thought in mind, he suddenly calmed down and no longer paid attention to the movements around him. He sank into his consciousness and began to heal himself. Sword Spirit, How are my injuries? Chu Yang calmly asked in his mind. Extremely serious. The sword spirit actually sighed. Your heart meridians have been severely shaken. In fact, they have almost shattered into fine powder. Your 5 internal organs have been damaged. Your liver has been ruptured. Your kidneys have been ruptured, and your lungs have been broken into 5 pieces. The smallest piece of them has already been spurted out by your blood. Your heart is on the verge of shattering. Sword Spirit solemnly said, You would have died if I hadn't used my sword energy to protect your 5 internal organs. He paused and said, If I release my sword intent now, you will die immediately. So serious? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, Can it be cured? No. The sword spirit replied straightforwardly, unless it's the complete version of the heavy pill. In the current situation, even if you convert all the medicinal power in your body into healing power, it still won't work. Oh, Chu Yang smiled quietly and no longer spoke. The sword spirit was surprised. Why don't you continue to ask? I hate to see you keep me in suspense. Chu Yang snorted and said, I don't want to be laughed at even if I die. You obviously haven't finished speaking. What's the difference between me asking and not asking? The sword spirit smiled embarrassedly. He had no choice but to continue and said, There's only one way at the moment. That is, I'll continue to wrap your 5 internal organs with my sword intent. Then, I'll slowly use the medicinal power to heal your injuries. Of course, you can take the incomplete heavy pill first before that. Then, you can barely move. But don't even think about a complete recovery. How do you mean barely move? Chu Yang frowned and asked, I must escape from the prefecture capital in the shortest time possible. The sword spirit quickly calculated and said, You can barely move like an ordinary person. But it's impossible to use your full strength. At most, you can use half of your strength. Moreover, your body will be damaged every time you use it. Okay. Chu Yang didn't even think about it and directly agreed. The current situation was extremely bad. As long as he could recover a little bit of his ability to move, it would be better than sitting and waiting for death. He calculated the time and realized that he had been out for nearly half a quarter of an hour. He should still be near the Prime Minister's mansion at the moment. Oh, by the way, I have another bad news to tell you, the sword spirit said helplessly. You must hold on. What news can be worse than this? Chu Yang frowned. You must escape from the prefecture capital within 3 hours. The sword spirit also smiled bitterly. The power of your palm this time is very strange. If you don't die, your 5 internal organs will emit orchid fragrance after 4 hours. I can't block this kind of fragrance. Chu Yang was startled. Doesn't that mean that, no matter how I disguise myself, it won't help? You only need a dog to track me? Chu Yang had originally planned to disguise himself as long as he could recover a little bit of his ability to move. Then, he would use this unparalleled disguising technique to travel thousands of miles back to Iron Cloud. But he was in despair when he heard about this. He could only use less than half of his strength, but he had to fight for 13,000 miles? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Isn't this thinking too highly of myself? That's the truth, the sword spirit said. You don't have much time now. What kind of palm power is this? Even the tribulation sword can't do anything about it. Chu Yang muttered in his heart. But he immediately took a heavy pill and began to heal his injuries. Just as the sword spirit had said, he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't leave the prefecture capital within 3 hours, then this king of Hell Chu, the master of tribulation sword, would immediately die in this prefecture capital. Diwu Qingro was dressed in black. His face was covered with a black veil. He left the prime minister's mansion like a whirlwind and followed in the direction of Chu Yang's escape. If Chu Yang was next to him, his eyeballs would have popped out of their sockets. Because Diwu Qingrou's tracking route was exactly the same as Chu Yang's escape route. There was no mistake. One must know that Chu Yang looked like he was running in a panic. But, in fact, he had already explored the escape route before he took action. Otherwise, how could he have left the sight of his pursuers as soon as he came out? There were many twists and turns along the way. He had changed directions at least 100 times. Diwu Qingrou suddenly stopped and landed in a corner of the wall. He looked at the dark brown bloodstain in the corner of the wall and frowned as he muttered, "This should be the effect of that palm strike." But how did he get here with his revered martial artist cultivation? Even a king-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Why did he run so far away? Could it be that I didn't hit him? Or could it be that he has a heavenly treasure on him? His eyes swept over the bloodstain, and he suddenly found something strange. He carefully turned it over with his hands. It was a small piece of an internal organ. Diwu Qingro gently picked it up with his fingers and looked at it. This is a lung fragment. It seems that the palm hit him. Moreover, King of Hell Chu's injuries are very serious. Since he vomited here, it means that his injuries couldn't be suppressed. So, he must be not far from here. He stood up and scanned the area with his eagle eyes. After a while, he stretched out his body and used the bloodstain as the center to search the area within a radius of 400 to 500 feet. There's nothing strange. Diwu Qingro had chased after Chu Yang in one breath. But now that he had stopped, he had lost that mysterious feeling. He looked in the direction of the Prime Minister's mansion. Then, he flew in the opposite direction. The direction was correct again. However, Diwu Qingro didn't know that he had used less strength this time. He thought that Chu Yang couldn't suppress his injuries because he had found a piece of internal organ here. Therefore, Diwu Qingro used a very slow speed to imitate a fatally injured person. However, he didn't know that Chu Yang's speed hadn't slowed down even though he couldn't suppress his injuries. As for that mouthful of blood, he had already spat it out when he escaped from the encirclement of the wall. It was just that he had been trapped by the sword light all this time. When he came here to take a breath, the blood fell out of the encirclement of the sword light and landed here. Diwu Qingro had used the most reasonable method to track Chu Yang, but he had entered the wrong path. Chu Yang woke up from his meditation not long after. He felt that his whole body was full of strength. However, his internal organs and chest were numb. He didn't feel anything. He knew that the sword spirit was using the sword intent to protect his internal organs, but he didn't care. He looked out through the gaps of the firewood. He saw people coming and going. A group of people passed by here almost every 2 breaths. Chu Yang held his breath and looked at the group of people who had just turned the corner. He planned to go out immediately and follow behind them as soon as they left. Pay attention. You're still naked, the sword spirit reminded him in his mind. Chu Yang suddenly realized that if he went out naked, there would be no need to hide. But he was on the road. Where could he go to change clothes? Although there were clothes in the tribulation space, he had to put them on. Chu Yang suddenly had a strange thought. Sword spirit, can I enter the tribulation space? He thought, if I can enter, who can find me? Your own body. Do you think you can go in? Why don't you dig a hole in your arm and see if you can get in? The sword spirit said disdainfully, Why are you asking such a simple question? Chu Yang immediately rolled his eyes. Chapter 336. But you can still come in? Sword spirit suddenly changed. Wind. Chu Yang was overjoyed when he heard sword spirit say, You can come in when you get the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword. Chu Yang wisely stopped talking. My words are irritating enough. But this hateful sword spirit's words are even more irritating than mine. Eventually, the patrol team passed by. Chu Yang controlled the pile of firewood so that it wouldn't make any noise. Then, he got out of the pile with a schwa sound. He immediately put on his black clothes at lightning speed. Naturally, he didn't have time to put on his underwear. The pile of firewood that Chu Yang had entered in a hurry was very dark. The more obvious the target was, the less attention it would attract under such circumstances. Everyone's attention would be drawn to the dark corners. Just like that, he put on a set of clothes that looked exactly the same as the search team. Then, he looked around arrogantly and followed behind the search team. He caught up with them and actually greeted them. How is it? Did you find anything? Find my ass. The leader of the team gloomily said, You're driving us crazy. So are we. Chu Yang sighed and said, Captain Gang Kai asked me to jump into a place. But I found that it was a latrine after I jumped in. Ha ha ha. This man burst into laughter. He obviously thought that Chu Yang's words were very funny. Then, a figure landed with a whoosh sound. Did you find any clues? It was Jing Minghan. The leader replied, reporting to king-level expert. No. Jing Minghan angrily said, trash? Look again. Then, he jumped up and flew towards the front to search. Chu Yang saw that Jing Minghan was heading towards the western city gate. So, he said, you search. I'll go back to the team. Someone waved his hand and said, go, go. Chu Yang smiled. Then, he went in the opposite direction of Jing Minghan. The leader came back to his senses after Chu Yang left. He scratched his head and said, where did this hothead come from? The other 5 people looked at each other. One of them said, this guy is really lucky. He jumped into the latrine. He must have gone back to change his clothes and come back. Everyone burst into laughter. The captain's suspicions also disappeared. He said, let's go. Everyone, be careful. This is King of Hell Chu we are talking about. It's a big deal if we catch him, but we must also be careful. Don't die in his hands and become a dead subject. As they chatted, they walked away. The captain's reaction was quite fast. If he had followed his original train of thought, then Chu Yang's appearance alone would certainly have aroused his vigilance. After all, in this search, everyone was in a group. Who would go alone? However, his subordinate's words perfectly explained the reason for Chu Yang's appearance. This was truly speechless. Chu Yang hadn't gone far at this time. So, he couldn't help but smile when he heard this guy's explanation. He walked all the way to the east. After walking for a period of time, he came across several search teams in front of him. Chu Yang turned to the north. He had a thought in his heart. Instead of taking a roundabout route, I might as well go straight to the north gate. Iron Cloud is in the north of the province. He came across several search teams along the way. Chu Yang didn't evade or avoid them. He was natural and unrestrained. Chu Yang used the excuse that he had fallen into the latrine and had gone back to change his clothes. The north gate was in sight. However, Chu Yang saw it from afar. He sucked in a cold breath. He saw many black-clothed people gathered at the city gate. The city gate was tightly closed. The number of soldiers guarding the gate had increased by 5 times. Their swords and sabers were unsheathed and emitted a cold light. How can I pass through this gate? I can use excuses in the city, but I can't use such excuses to go out of the city. I'm afraid that I'll be taken back once I get close to the city gate. But there's less than a quarter of an hour left before my body starts to emit the orchid fragrance. What should I do? I can help you once. The sword spirit had also discovered Chu Yang's situation. So, he said in a muffled voice, how can you help me? Chu Yang hurriedly asked, I can use the power of my spiritual body to help you change your appearance. You can change into another person's appearance and go out of the city. The sword spirit was very reluctant. It was because his spiritual body had recovered less than 10% of its power. If he helped Chu Yang this time, it would be reduced by more than half. However, he could not help. He wouldn't dissipate if Chu Yang died. But the sword calamity would split up again, and he would be buried in the ground with the sword point for 10,000 years. The sword spirit can't accept such a result. Chu Yang made a prompt decision then. You immediately change my appearance into that of Jing Minghan. Jing Minghan? The sword spirit was surprised. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. Yes, hurry up. Chu Yang looked at the black-clothed people at the city gate. His eyes suddenly emitted a murderous intention. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a plan under the advice of the sword spirit. Good. The sword spirit did as he said. He knew that there was no time to delay. Chu Ruo felt a piercing pain on his face. His facial features had shifted from their original position in an instant. If it was someone with a weak will, they would have already screamed out in pain. However, Chu Yang knew that this was a matter of life and death. So, he didn't dare to make a sound. The sound of horses' hooves was heard. A group of people is rushing over here. Well, I've forcibly changed your appearance into someone else's. I've used half of my spiritual power. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep if this happens again. You have to be careful. I can only change your appearance for 3 hours. The sword spirit reminded. Chu Yang was listening. He grabbed a cloak from the calamity space and put it on his body. Then, he brazenly jumped out and blocked the way. He shouted in a seemingly urgent manner, "Get down!" The leading officer was shocked when he saw this. The first king level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Jingming Hun, has arrived here. He hurriedly got down from his horse. King level master? Chu Yang felt that time was passing quickly. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. So, he shouted, "Get lost. I want to use your horse." Yes, yes, the officer hurriedly moved aside. He had been ordered to come here. So, he knew that the first king-level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department was stamping with rage. So, he didn't dare to disobey him. Chu Yang jumped on his horse. He shook the reins and shouted, "Come with me." He kicked the horse's belly. The horse shot towards the city gate like an arrow. Hundreds of cavalrymen shouted at the same time, and followed king-level expert Jing to rush forward. The sky had brightened by this time. Chu Yang shouted when he was 1,000 feet away from the city gate, "Open the city gate." Then, he flicked his hand, and a jade token flew out. It was the jade token that Jingming Hun had given him. This jade token was the symbol of Jingming Hun's status. Chu Yang was sure that Jingming Hun wouldn't have enough time to change the token. Moreover, this matter was dishonorable. So, Jingming Hun wouldn't necessarily speak of it. Chu Yang's time had reached the end of the hourglass. The orchid fragrance on Chu Yang's body would have dispersed by the time the city gate was opened if he had spoken. Therefore, Chu Yang decided to take a risk. The expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department at the city gate heard an order. Then, he saw a green light flying towards him. He caught it and turned pale with fright. This was King-level Master Jing's token. Then, he saw King-level Master Jing leading a large group of cavalry soldiers from afar. It was clear that he wanted to leave the city gate in one fell swoop. He hastily raised his hand and shouted, "King-level Master wants to leave the city. Quickly open the gate." The officer guarding the city gate hurriedly gave the order, and with a creaking sound, the city gate slowly opened a crack, and the gate slowly opened. Chu Yang had already arrived in front of the gate. He didn't stop. He shouted in Jingming Hun's voice, "You 100 people immediately change into the horses behind. Then, follow me out of the city to capture King of Hell Chu. Quickly, quickly, quickly." Chu Yang took the lead and left the city gate after he had shouted quickly 3 times. How could King-level Master Jing leave the city without his entourage? Even if he wanted to capture the King of Hell, he would have brought his men with him. How could he be alone? Therefore, Chu Yang immediately issued this order. This matter couldn't be concealed for long, but it could be delayed for as long as possible. There weren't any experts here, so it would have taken some time to transmit the news. Every second was as precious as gold for Chu Yang. The command horse rider of the Golden Horse Riders Department immediately shouted. He waved his hand and shouted in a stern voice, "Everyone, quickly get on your horses. Follow me out of the city." It had to be said that the strict discipline of the Golden Horse Riders Department was evident at this moment. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department leaped into the air at the same time. Each of them had already kicked the galloping cavalrymen down from their horses. Then, they mounted their own horses and clamped their legs together. Their horses didn't slow down in the slightest. Everyone from the Golden Horse Riders Department had already mounted their horses at the northern gate. Then, they galloped out of the city gate with a whistling sound. The 200-plus cavalrymen who had been stabbed down hurriedly jumped off their horses. While they were rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, their horses followed closely behind the 100 cavalrymen in front of them and rushed out of the north gate in a ferocious manner. The sound of the horses' hoofs rose like a whirlwind. Then, they suddenly disappeared into the distance. Everyone woke up from their stupor as if they had just woken up from a dream. The Golden Horse Riders Department is tyrannical. The officer guarding the city gate looked at the mess of the cavalrymen. Almost everyone was groaning in pain. He couldn't help but speak these words in awe. Those who had dismounted from their horses were in a better condition. But those who had been kicked down from their horses had big bruises on their bodies. More than a dozen of them had broken their bones. More than 20 of them had fainted. How could such tyrannical people not be afraid? Chapter 337. Chu Yang urged his horse to gallop as soon as he left the city gate. He looked like a cloud of dust as he swept across the ground. He would turn around and shout every once in a while, "Keep up! Quickly keep up!" It was as if he would not give up until the horse under him was completely exhausted. He kept urging the command horse rider to keep up. He wanted to let the command horse rider know that this matter was extremely urgent. The king-level expert must have obtained some important information. That's why he didn't care about his horse. The command horse rider immediately felt the urgency of the king-level expert. So, he couldn't help but urge, "Quick! Quickly! Quickly! You will lose your head if you delay this important matter." Therefore, more than 100 people rode 300 horses as they rushed forward with all their might. The cavalry team rushed north. A big mountain appeared in front of them after nearly an hour. They had arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were in a dense forest. The horse was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth. Chu Yang shouted and pulled the reins. The horse slowly stopped. The command horse rider overtook him like a whirlwind. He immediately turned his horse around and asked, "King-level expert, what's wrong? We'll take a short break. We'll start the operation soon." Jing Minghun spoke in an extremely serious tone. "Has the King of Hell escaped here?" The command horse rider asked in amazement. "This King of Hell Chu is very fast if that's the case." "Yes, King of Hell Chu is in this mountain." Jing Minghun said, "This will be a fierce battle. You must rest well and succeed in one fell swoop." "Yes." This subordinate thanks the king-level expert for his support. The command horse rider's eyes flashed with a blazing light. "Capturing King of Hell Chu is a great merit. My luck is really good. Fortunately, I was guarding the north gate. Moreover, it seems that the king-level expert has received the news. He didn't have time to mobilize the troops and rushed over." In his heart, this command horse rider had already found sufficient reasons for Chu Yang's actions. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Chu Yang hadn't changed his appearance at the moment. Instead, he had taken on the appearance of Jing Minghun. Therefore, the command horse rider had become suspicious even under such circumstances. It could only mean that this guy wanted to rebel. "All of you stay here and adjust your breathing. Be quick. I'll go in and take a look. Then, I'll get something to eat," Chu Yang said coldly. The command horse rider wanted to say that it would be better for his subordinate to do it for him. But he didn't dare to say anything when he saw king-level expert Jing's grim and sinister face. King-level expert Jing's black robe fluttered as he entered the forest. The crowd outside looked on curiously. The command horse rider was furious and said, "Why aren't you adjusting your breathing and recovering your strength? The king-level expert personally went to look for food. You bastards!" Everyone hurriedly agreed and sat down cross-legged, concentrating on regulating their breathing. After a short while, a wild boar's scream could be heard from the dense forest. A rustling sound was heard as king-level expert Jing flashed out of the jungle. He was carrying 2 large chunks of flesh on his shoulders. He was walking over in quick steps. With a bang, he threw 2 pieces of meat on the ground. They weighed at least 5 kilograms. "Roast this and eat it, quick," king-level expert Jing ordered in a resolute and decisive manner. "I have removed his internal organs and pulled out his bones. Do you know how to roast meat?" "Yes. Thank you, king-level expert. King-level expert is very considerate towards us. How can we dare to accept this?" The command horse rider started to flatter him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll give you a quarter of an hour to roast it and eat it." King-level expert Jing flew into a rage. He fiercely glared at him. "Yes, yes." The command horse rider's face was covered in cold sweat. He thought that he was too stupid. The king-level expert was obviously on fire. He didn't like anyone. How could he listen to flattery at this time? He turned around and issued a series of orders. You, quickly go to the forest and look for firewood. You. Use your swords to set up a rack. You must roast it and eat it in a quarter of an hour. You, go and separate the meat. Quickly. Motherfucker, are you a fucking tortoise? After a series of orders, everyone started to get busy in full swing. These people were all experts. The weakest among them was a high-level martial great master. Their speed was very fast. The 2 pieces of meat were turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 103 pieces. Including Chu Yang, each person had a piece. The rarest thing was that other than Chu Yang's piece, the other pieces were of the same size. There was no deviation, and it was extremely fair. More than 30 barbecue racks were also firmly fixed on the ground. Soon after, people came out of the forest carrying withered branches. They quickly put them down, and then rushed in like a gust of wind. Tap, 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 a slight sound was heard. This was the sound of flint being struck. Soon after, thick smoke started to rise. The sizzling sound of barbecuing meat was also heard. The aroma of charred meat wafted out. Many people found that the meat was very delicate. Moreover, the smell of it was very delicious. It didn't seem like the meat of a wild boar. However, they looked at the king-level expert's dark face. He was sitting on the side like a star of death. His cold face seemed to freeze everyone. Who would dare to fart? It was already good enough to eat meat. What's more, it was such delicious meat. If some ignorant person went up and asked, "King-level expert, this doesn't seem to be the meat of a wild boar," 80% of the people were sure that the king-level expert would immediately jump up and scold, "Eat it if you don't want to. Get lost if you don't want to eat." Then, he would issue an order, "If you don't want to eat it, then you are not hungry." Then, set off immediately. If that was the case, everyone would want to cry but have no tears. It didn't take long for everyone to return. The firewood they had was enough for 3 rounds. Everyone was like a lake, so there was no need for anyone to organize them. The 3 of them sat around the barbecue grill. Some of them were even trying their best to use their essence force to stimulate the flames, making them burn brighter and brighter. There was only a quarter of an hour. If the meat was not cooked by then, the king-level expert would not wait. He would probably leave the meat here after it was done. Everyone would leave by themselves. With the king-level expert's current irritation, he would definitely do such a thing. Therefore, everyone was very obedient. Even the command horse rider lowered his head and looked at the barbecue. He didn't dare to let out a fart. His face was so ugly that it seemed as if he could kill anyone at any time. However, he was secretly happy in his heart. He looked at the poisonous flood dragon's meat being cut into pieces and roasted on the fire. It was emitting an enticing fragrance. Many of the pieces had been roasted until they were yellow. The fat was sizzling out of the meat. It fell into the fire and emitted an even more fragrant smell. This poisonous flood dragon's meat is a first-class poison in the world. There is no antidote. Moreover, no one can detect the poison in it. This is a fucking treasure. It's a pity that I lost 50 kilograms of it this time. Chu Yang thought in his heart. His face was gloomy. From time to time, he would glare fiercely at the crowd. Every time he glanced at them, many of them would shudder at the same time. So, they became more and more respectful towards each other. Is it not done yet? King-level expert Jing asked impatiently. It will be done soon. The command horse rider shivered. He almost put his hand into the fire as he hastily replied. Hurry up. King-level expert Jing said in a stiff and cold voice. Yes, yes. The command horse rider lowered his head. He tried his best to use his magic power to cook the meat, but the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't help but drip down. He was very worried. Would King-level expert Jing tear me apart if I had said one more word? King-level expert Jing is too scary. It's too frightening. It's no wonder that King-level Master Jing has been in a bad mood ever since King-level Master Kong was killed in battle, and King-level Master Jing was seriously injured and disabled. So, King-level Master Jing has been in a bad mood ever since. But, this is pardonable. I would have been more irritable than King-level expert Jing if I had been in his place. The enemy who killed my brother is standing in front of me. It would be strange if King-level expert Jing can still maintain his normal state of mind. He suddenly felt a strong fragrance coming from the 2 pieces of roasted meat in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised as he shouted, The meat is done. The meat is done. I swear to God. This command horse rider had never felt so excited about a piece of roasted meat in his entire life. My side is also done. Our meat is also done. Everyone became excited. Many people swallowed their saliva as they greedily looked at the roasted meat in their hands. This meat is very good. It's very appetizing. It's a pity that there's too little of it. It's barely enough to fill my stomach. King-level expert, I'll give you the meat. The command horse rider politely walked over and placed the best piece of meat in front of King-level expert. This piece of roasted meat was very good. It was charred on the outside and yellow on the inside. The oil was still bubbling on the surface of the meat. It was emitting an enticing fragrance. Put it down. King-level expert Jing's voice seemed to have softened. The command horse rider was secretly happy, but he heard King-level expert Jing roar again. What are you looking at? The meat is done. Why aren't you eating it? Do you want me to ask you to eat it? Everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty as soon as these words were spoken. They grabbed the roasted meat in front of them and took a bite. Many people cursed in their hearts. Fuck. Who dares to eat first if you don't speak? Motherfucker. It's a sin to wait for you to eat first. You're in a bad mood. You can't be such a bastard. The command horse rider also grabbed a piece of meat and took a big bite. He suddenly felt an indescribable taste enter his throat. It was so fragrant that his whole body felt comfortable. His eyes couldn't help but brighten. He grabbed that piece of meat and quickly swallowed it down. He threw the last bite into his mouth and chewed it carefully. He couldn't bear to swallow it down. He sighed and said, "Such a wonderful roasted meat. Even if I die, I won't die in vain. Thank you, King-level expert." Chapter 338. The command horse rider nodded vigorously and finally swallowed the meat with a flattering smile on his face. He earnestly said, "King-level master, this is the best barbecue I've ever eaten in my life. No, including the other dishes, this is the best food I've ever eaten in my life." His voice was sincere. It was obvious that these words weren't flattery. They were sincere. Then, he saw King-level Master Jing smile strangely and say, "I'm very pleased in that case." Then, the command horse rider suddenly felt that everything in front of his eyes had become somewhat blurry. He felt as if he was in a dream. His mind was in a daze. He even felt as if he had returned home. It was very warm and very comfortable. Therefore, he slowly fell down with a smile on his face. Behind him, more than 100 people's bodies went limp, and they all wore comfortable smiles on their faces. Chu Yang calmly looked at more than 100 people slowly falling to the ground. They were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. His eyes were ice cold. Do I feel emotional? Yes. Do I feel sympathy? Not necessarily. Because my information has already been leaked, and these people will chase after my soul as long as my disguise lasts longer. They'll kill me for joy. There's no right or wrong in this world. There's no right or wrong. There are only different positions and different paths. There are only relatives and enemies, life and death. Chu Yang looked at the corpses on the ground. His eyes were ice cold. He insipidly said, "This is your path, and it's also my path. We've chosen this path of Jianghu, and this is our final destination. Today, it's you. Perhaps it'll be me tomorrow. Therefore, I won't say sorry." 1. He was silent for a moment. Then, he walked to the side of the command horse rider and took out Jing Minghun's identity token from his bosom. He stood still for about 2 breaths of time. Then, he turned around. Chu Yang cut open his wrist with a puff sound. His blood carried a strange orchid fragrance as it flowed out. The pain of his muscles being torn apart assaulted him like a tidal wave. Chu Yang's eyes were calm and his face was indifferent. He carefully smeared his blood drop by drop on the horse's body. Then, he picked up the long whip. More than 300 horses were whipped to flee in all directions by him, galloping in all directions. The fragrance of orchids spread out, becoming fainter and fainter on the ground. Chu Yang's complexion was cold and solemn. He pulled over the remaining warhorse and jumped on it. Then, he clamped his legs together and endured the dizziness brought about by the blood loss. He galloped towards the north without looking back. On the ground, corpses were scattered all over the place. The sound of the horse's hooves was like thunder, rolling away without looking back. My goal is clear. I'm heading north. Diwu Qingro, stop me if you have the ability. I, Chu Yong, will not beat around the bush with you, because I'm running out of time. If I take a roundabout route in order to escape, then that would be exactly what Diwu Qingro wants. I'm afraid that the war will break out before I can even return to Iron Cloud. Moreover, Diwu Qingro will try his best to take advantage of my absence and use all means to maximize the victory. Chu Yong couldn't bear the consequences. Therefore, even though he was already heavily injured and could die at any moment, and even though he clearly knew that he would definitely die on this journey of 10,000 miles back, and that he might even die in the wilderness at any time, he still chose the shortest route and used the fastest speed he could achieve to rush back as quickly as possible. Chu Yong knew that Diwu Qingro was aware of his plan. Therefore, Chu Yong also knew that this journey of 10,000 miles would be a matter of life and death for him. It was the best opportunity for Diwu Qingro to kill him. However, he had no other choice. The sound of the horse's hooves faded away. Jing Ming Hun's black robe fluttered in the wind as he frantically swept back and forth over the continent's citadel. He knew the serious consequences of King of Hell Chu's escape. He also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, it was the key to the victory of the war between the two nations. Therefore, he was very careful. He even used his highest skill to search. He didn't let go of any nook and cranny. However, he didn't find anything. King of Hell Chu had been like a drop of water falling into the sea ever since he had left the Chung Prime Minister's residence. There wasn't any movement from him. The Golden Horse Riders Department had mobilized a total of 250,000 soldiers to conduct a net-like investigation. They had combed through the entire province. However, there was no news. Jingming Hun had to admit that 2 hours had passed since he couldn't find the target along the way. All the orchids in every flower shop in the city had been thoroughly destroyed. This was enough to ensure that there was no smell of orchids in this huge continent city. King of Hell Chu could be found as long as the fragrance of orchids appeared. However, the fragrance of orchids didn't appear. Jingming Hun finally arrived at the north gate after a round of searching. He became furious when he saw the situation. What's going on? Who allowed you to open the gate? The officer guarding the gate had a strange reaction when he saw Jingming Hun arrive. He opened his mouth wide and stared as if he had seen a ghost. Jingming Hun angrily said, "What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?" King-level master, Jing. King-level master Jing, you didn't go out of the city? The officer looked at Jingming Hun stutteringly and scratched his head in confusion. King-level Master Jing had obviously led the people of Golden Horse Riders Department to chase after Chu Yong. How could he appear here alone? Could he be a spy? He recalled that King-level Master Jing had gone out with an imposing aura of magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, that tyrannical aura of swallowing rivers and mountains, that carefree and unrestrained manner of whizzing. The officer increasingly felt that the one who had gone out was the real one. He looked at Jingming Hun's anxious and angry face. What are you angry about? You're a spy. You're anxious because you have a guilty conscience. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this man was suspicious. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a great opportunity for him. The officer suddenly became alert. He took 2 steps back. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Archers at the ready." Hundreds of big bows were loaded with iron arrows with a schwa sound. The bowstrings creaked as they were drawn. The shiny arrowheads were aimed at Jingming Hun. Jingming Hun almost went mad with anger. He roared, "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel?" The officer stood proudly on the city wall and looked down at Jingming Hun. The corners of his mouth exposed a trace of a sneer as he said in a mocking tone, "Rebel? He, capture this fake king-level Master Jing for me." The last few words were spoken in a stern tone. A trace of fanaticism appeared in the officer's eyes. This fake king-level Master Jing is most likely King of Hell Chu. It would be wonderful if King of Hell Chu is captured by me. Ha ha ha. Promotion, riches, and titles of marquis and generals. The officer trembled with excitement as he thought of such a beautiful future. He was so happy that he almost fainted. The city gate was closed at the same time. The soldiers who were guarding the city gate quickly mounted their horses and formed a huge arrowhead in an instant. Thousands of horses galloped towards Jing Ming Hun and rushed towards him. A team of infantrymen followed the cavalrymen under the command of their commanding officer. They dispersed and circled around to outflank Jing Ming Hun. The sound of the bugle horn was loud and clear. The soldiers surrounded Jing Ming Hun from all directions and surged forward like a surging tide. They formed the most powerful fighting force in the shortest time possible. The infantrymen, cavalrymen, and archers formed a cross of firepower and surrounded Jing Ming Hun. Great Zhao's army was ferocious and elite, and had displayed their ferociousness. However, the elite operation this time had targeted the wrong target. Jing Ming Hun was furious. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation when he had been searching for King of Hell Chu at the most important location of the northern city gate. This is absurd. He let out a loud shout. His black robe flashed, and he flew high into the air. The dense arrows hit his body and issued puff sounds, and then bounced back. His skin was as hard as steel under the influence of his tyrannical king-level strength. Swords and spears couldn't penetrate his skin. His hands continuously stretched out and grabbed a human body with bang sounds. He then threw it out. Jing Ming Hun was furious, but he knew that this was a misunderstanding. Moreover, it was a crucial misunderstanding. Therefore, he was very careful in his actions. He would only throw people out. He wouldn't cause any casualties. He leaped like a whirlwind and broke through the swords and spears that were standing in a forest. He then flew up to the top of the city wall with a loud shout. He then slapped his palms on the battlements and jumped up and landed in front of the officer with a schwa sound. His big hands were like pliers as he grabbed the officer. The officer was startled. He was about to dodge, but Jing Ming Hun had already grabbed him. Jing Ming Hun got to know what had happened from the frightened officer after a quarter of an hour had passed. "I'm so angry." Jing Ming Hun was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He was so angry that the hair on his head stood erect. He then shouted and lifted this guy up and threw him down the city wall. A bright flower of blood appeared in front of the city gate with a puff sound. Jing Ming Hun didn't hesitate. He blew the special communication signal of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Then, he rolled out from the top of the city wall like a wisp of black smoke. However, he didn't notice that while he was raging, a figure had already flashed and disappeared outside the city. Jing Ming Hun was frantically galloping towards the north along the arches of his horse's hooves. He was unceasingly whistling in a high-pitched manner. Teams of experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department were gathering in the city. Then, they were gathering towards the northern gate from all directions. They were moving at an extremely fast speed. They were constantly galloping out of the city like lightning. People were shouting and horses were neighing. But they were moving in an orderly manner in this chaotic place. Nobody had spoken a word during the entire process. Chapter 339. Jing Ming Hun chased for half an hour. The mountain was in sight, and the forest was right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, his whole body shook. His eyes were lifeless as he stood on the spot. His mind suddenly became blank. Corpses were strewn all over the ground in front of him. They were the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department who had been guarding the northern gate. 103 of them had died an unnatural death. The north gate was to guard against King of Hell Chu's escape. Therefore, Jing Ming Hun had arranged the best of the best. Moreover, they were all Jing Ming Hun's trusted subordinates. But now, these people were all dead. A black-clothed figure stood next to these corpses. "Who is it?" Jing Ming Hun felt as if his heart was being fried. He shouted and rushed forward. The black-clothed man held his hands behind his back and slowly turned around. His cold eyes looked at Jing Ming Hun's face. He coldly snorted and said, "It's me." Jing Ming Hun's rushing body suddenly stopped. He exclaimed, "Prime Minister?" It was Diwu Qingro. "They have left more than an hour ago." Diwu Qingro said quietly. "Left then they?" Jing Ming Hun looked at his men lying on the ground. The muscles on his face twitched. "Dead. They died peacefully. Diwu Qingrou's voice was very strange. It was hard to tell whether it was pity or ridicule. He said, "In fact, they died happily. They willingly took the poison given to them by King of Hell Chu. Then, they died here with great satisfaction. There were no traces of fighting from beginning to end." How is this possible? Jing Minghun was stunned. He looked at the faces of the corpses. He saw that each of them had a faint smile on their faces. They looked very peaceful and satisfied. Looking at their faces, one would know that they were very happy. Very happy. However, they had lost their lives in such a happy place. Jing Minghun quivered and shuddered. He couldn't imagine how King of Hell Chu had done all this. More than 100 martial great masters and above. These were not 100 pigs. Even if King of Hell Chu had disguised himself, how could there be no flaws? Even if he didn't break, how could his life be so peaceful when he let more than 100 of his subordinates die by poison? Jing Minghun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the frozen smiles on the corpses' faces. Then, he smelled the faint orchid fragrance that seemed to be pervading in all directions. It should be a kind of strange poison. Diwu Qingrou insipidly said, "A kind of strange meat." Diwu Qingrou's voice had an indescribable flavor. It seemed as if he was deep in thought. Even with Diwu Qingrou's knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. His heart couldn't help but tremble because he couldn't detect this poison. What if he ate it? Jing Minghun nodded blankly. His mind had yet to recover from the shock. King of Hell Chu smeared his blood on hundreds of horses and then left. There's orchid fragrance in all directions. No one is tracking you. Diwu Qingrou shot a cold glance at Jing Minghun. "I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I?" Jing Minghun was startled. He regained his senses and replied, "Yes." Diwu Qingrou coldly snorted and said, "Lock the entire northern frontier. Jing Minghun, bring your head to me if you can't catch King of Hell Chu." "Yes." Jing Minghun's heart sank. Diwu Qingrou's words showed that he was very dissatisfied with him. King of Hell Chu is really vicious and merciless. You can even do it to yourself. Diwu Qingrou slowly paced 2 steps. He raised his head and smelled the orchid fragrance that was drifting in the air. He shook his head and sneered, "It's strange that he could see through my spine-soul-breaking palm." But he didn't hesitate to injure himself in order to smear more than 100 horses to escape in all directions, even though he was seriously injured. This is really bold. With such boldness, he is indeed a great threat. Diwu Qingrou faintly smiled. He looked at the mountain forest, lost in thought for a while. Then, he smiled again. King of Hell Chu is seriously injured. And he's bleeding himself. He's courting his own death. Jing Minghun's anger towards Chu Yong had reached its peak. He felt that he was in an embarrassing situation because of Chu Yong. So, he spoke without any trace of politeness. "Put yourself in a situation of death and fight to live." Diwu Qingrou sighed softly. His tone was slow as if he had recalled something. He then slowly said, "You need to be in a situation of death in order to live. You can't even believe that you can erupt with power. You can either sink or soar to the sky. If you don't force yourself into a situation of death, someone else will. You can still survive if you force yourself into a situation of death. But if someone else forces you into it, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation." Diwu Qingrou looked at the rain clouds floating above the mountain forest with a complicated look in his eyes. He spoke in a very disappointed and frustrated tone. After a long time, he smiled and said in a low voice, "So, you should force yourself into a situation of death before someone else has the time to force you into a situation of death. Force yourself as much as you can. The worst result is nothing more than death. But it's much easier to die in one's own hands than in someone else's hands." Diwu Qingrou sighed softly. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jing Minghun. His tone suddenly became gentle and even a little regretful. "Mingue, you're forcing yourself too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a mere king-level expert with your achievements." Jing Minghun stood there in a daze as he listened to these words. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yes, he had reached the level of a king-level expert over the years. But he hadn't dared to enter the lower heavens. because he knew that there were countless king-level experts in the lower three heavens. He was merely a king-level expert. He could be called a king in the lower three heavens. But he could only be recruited in the lower three heavens. He would be consigned to eternal damnation if he said something wrong and offended a certain force. Therefore, he would rather stay in the lower three heavens. He would rather enjoy the extravagant lifestyle of the secular world. But he didn't dare to take the next step. It wasn't that he couldn't break through to a king-level expert. It was just that he couldn't. It was because he was full of fear towards that strange world. His cultivation hadn't made any progress in the past 10 years because of this mentality. The spiritual energy of spirit beasts needed to break through the king-level expert and enter the emperor-level expert had to be obtained in the Tsanglan battlefront. He couldn't go there. So, he couldn't get it. This cycle repeated itself. His current embarrassing situation was actually due to his own cowardice. Where had he thrown away the fearless desperado spirit that he had before breaking through to the king-level expert? Why had he become a coward? Could it be that he had become a coward at the time of a breakthrough? Jingming Hun couldn't help but sweat profusely as he thought of this. But he was still afraid of entering the lower three heavens even though he was aware of this. Jingming Hun would never be willing to abandon everything and enter the lower three heavens if he was asked to do so. It was easy to know, but difficult to do. This was the truth. Taking a step forward would mean that the sky was high and the earth was wide. But if he didn't take this step, he would still be as wide as the sea and the sky. This was a kind of mentality, and this kind of mentality was very strange. But it was very difficult to understand. It was just like in modern times. Some bosses would go all out when they didn't have anything. They would build a family business with their bare hands. They would only need the courage to take the next step, and they would be able to get listed on the stock market, or they could achieve greater development. But countless people would shrink back at this critical time. Less than 1 in 1,000 people would dare to take this step. It was because they were thinking, I'm already famous. Why should I take such a big risk? I would be consigned to eternal damnation in case I fail. And I would return to poverty once again. Only a few people would be able to succeed even if they dared to take this step. The winner would laugh proudly in the clouds, and the loser would return to poverty. It would be very difficult for a person to take this step even if he were to worry about personal gains and losses for a long time. It was because of his mentality. He wouldn't be able to forge ahead if he was worried about personal gains and losses. Therefore, there would always be a small number of powerhouses in any world and any time. This was the case whether it was in the martial way or in the business world. This couldn't be changed since ancient times. Diwu Qingro had been carefully observing Jing Minghun's demeanor. He finally sighed and said, the reason why King of Hell Chu is King of Hell Chu isn't because of his high wisdom. Rather, it's because he has been struggling on the verge of death since his debut. Therefore, he has been able to create one miracle after another. Such miracles aren't due to King of Hell Chu's strength. Rather, it's because he was forced to step on the road of death. He forced a genius out of a hopeless situation. The times create heroes. This is how it is. Minghun, you've disappointed me. Diwu Qingro sighed after he finished speaking. Then, his body floated away like the wind. He disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. The sound of horse hooves thundered in the distance. The people of the Golden Horse Riders Department rushed over like a swarm of bees. Jing Minghun stood there in a daze. He didn't move for a long time. Diwu Qingro had already gone far away. Diwu Qingro had been looking forward to Jing Minghun. Jing Minghun's martial arts were profound, and he was proficient in medicine. Moreover, he was still young. But he had already achieved so much. He could be regarded as a genius of the Chongtian continent. There were many younger people in the upper three heavens who had more achievements than Jing Minghun. But one must know that this was the upper three heavens. It couldn't be compared to the lower three heavens. Jing Minghun's achievements in the barren lower three heavens were something to be proud of. No one in the upper three heavens would dare to ignore such an achievement. Therefore, Diwu Qingro had been looking forward to Jing Minghun breaking through his heart's devil. He would have to leave the lower three heavens after this battle. It didn't matter if he won or lost. He would have taken Jing Minghun with him if he had untied the knot in his heart. He would have given Jing Minghun a bright future. He would have become an emperor-level expert in the shortest time possible. However, Diwu Qingro had pointed out Jing Minghun's heart's devil. And Jing Minghun had finally lost his mind. He had talent, luck, perseverance, and opportunity. Chapter 340. Diwu Qingro had been waiting for Jing Minghun to break through this mental state. The results of a breakthrough and someone else's advice were completely different. This was directly related to Jing Minghun's future achievements. However, Jing Minghun still hadn't made a breakthrough to this day. Diwu Qingro had felt that Chu Yang had repeatedly struggled to survive from the jaws of death. He had repeatedly created miracles. Therefore, he had been moved to remind Jing Minghun. However, Jing Minghun still hesitated even after he understood the situation. But Diwu Qingro still couldn't make up his mind. So, he left disappointed. Jing Minghun would have turned into a walking corpse if he had been forcibly brought into the upper three heavens. Diwu Qingro's judgment of Chu Yang was also extremely accurate. Diwu Qingro was much better than Chu Yang in terms of intelligence and strategy. However, Chu Yang was far behind when it came to playing politics. However, there was one thing that Diwu Qingro could never match up to. This was because he had no way out. He could only move forward and succeed. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Chu Yang's obsession with success was 10,000 times stronger than Diwu Qingro's. He had already gambled his entire life on this. He was walking on a tightrope all the time. One wrong step, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Especially since Chu Yang still had two great weapons in his hands, the experience of a lifetime and the Calamity Sword. This was something that Diwu Qingro could not compare to no matter how much of a genius he was. But Diwu Qingro was different. Diwu Qingro had a way out, and not just one. Therefore, the difference between Diwu Qingro and Chu Yang was also in the state of mind. Just as Jing Minghun couldn't break through his cowardly state of mind, Diwu Qingro couldn't reach Chu Yang's level either. Diwu Qingro's pursuit of Chu Yang was only his first attempt. Chu Yang has escaped. So, I will leave the follow-up to Jing Minghun and the Golden Horse Riders Department. However, Diwu Qingro had a lot of things on his hands. Nothing could be done without him. Therefore, he could only rush back to the Prime Minister's manor to preside over the general situation and prepare for the expedition. If the same thing were to happen to Chu Yang, it would be very different. Chu Yang would definitely chase Diwu Qingro for thousands of miles to cut him down under his saber. Because Chu Yang clearly knew that if Diwu Qingro didn't die, the whole world would fall into his hands. However, Diwu Qingro did not have such an understanding. Moreover, Diwu Qingro was confident that everything was under his control. If he had known in advance that all his efforts and life's work would be ruined by Chu Yang's hands, and that he would have achieved nothing, he would have chased after Chu Yang to kill him. But the problem was, he didn't know. Jing Minghun quickly put away his chaotic state of mind and continued to issue orders. However, he still hadn't realized that he had made a huge mistake. He had only known that someone had impersonated him and had gone out of the northern gate. Then, Jing Minghun had gotten angry and had slapped the officer who was guarding the gate to death. Then, he had chased after that person. He didn't know about his jade pendant. Moreover, this matter was very complicated and confusing. To be honest, Jing Minghun was still confused. Who did I give that jade pendant to? Diwu Qingru said that it might be Tribulation Sword Master, but it was only a possibility. Moreover, he wouldn't have connected the jade pendant with King of Hell Chu. Therefore, this oversight was not something that could be excused. The net of the Golden Horse Riders Department stretched all the way from the provincial capital to the north. Jing Minghun had focused all of his attention on the area 1,300 miles north of the provincial capital. That was because there was a continuous mountain forest here. Moreover, this was the only way to Iron Cloud. No matter where one went, they couldn't avoid it. Moreover, 400,000 soldiers of Great Zhao's army were gathering here. King of Hell Chu would have nowhere to hide in this uninhabited mountain forest for thousands of miles. Invisible falcons had already sent a message to the army, and 100,000 soldiers had already moved to seal off the entire mountain forest. In fact, this continuous mountain forest for thousands of miles was the most insurmountable moat in Chu Yang's plan. Chu Yang had taken the initiative to escape from the current situation, but it wasn't optimistic at all. It was still dangerous at every step. It was a matter of life and death. The most tragic part was that no one in Iron Cloud knew that King of Hell Chu was facing such a life and death crisis. Therefore, Chu Yang was isolated and without help. He could only fight alone. He had to contend with millions of people by himself. Moreover, he had suffered a fatal injury. Right now, Chu Yang had already crossed over the mountain. He was rushing towards the nearest mountain pass at top speed. There were less than 2 hours left before the 6-hour disguise deadline. This was the first mountain pass in the northern part of the province. No matter what, even if he wanted to break into the forest that stretched for thousands of miles, he had to get out of here first. Moreover, Chu Yang also had to enter that continuous mountain forest. His body was seriously injured, and he had to replenish his medicinal herbs. If he were to rely on the medicinal efficacies stored in the sword spirit's body, he would sooner or later run out of medicinal efficacies. At that time, he would collapse with a loud bang. He wouldn't even need to wait for the Golden Horse Riders department to make a move. Therefore, he had to use Jing Minghun's identity to cross this mountain pass within 2 hours. It didn't matter whether Yuan Minghun was aware of it or not. However, he had to take this risk. A strong horse galloped out of the mountain forest like an angry dragon. It left the dust in its wake and arrived at the mountain pass like a whirlwind. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his face was stern. The imposing aura of the first king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders department swept out arrogantly like a surging tide. "Open the gate." These 2 words seemed to contain supreme authority. No one could question them. The officer guarding the mountain pass was about to speak when someone beside him exclaimed, "King-level expert Jing?" "Humph." Chu Yang snorted coldly. His horsewhip flashed in the air with a bang sound. The sound reverberated for miles. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He just looked at that expert of the Golden Horse Riders department with a cold and stern look in his eyes. "Quickly open the gate," the revered martial artist hastily ordered. The officer guarding the city didn't know what was going on, but he knew that he couldn't afford to provoke this man. So, he quickly opened the gate, and the drawbridge was slowly lowered. Chu Yang coldly waved his hand and said, "Come down." Then, he clamped his legs, and the black robe on his black horse rushed into the mountain pass like a black cloud. Chu Yang dismounted from his horse as soon as he entered. He then whipped the face of the officer who was guarding the gate and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you bringing the horses over to feed them?" The officer covered his face. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. "Isn't this man too overbearing? Motherfucker, do you think you're a king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders department?" He was thinking this when a man rushed towards him like a meteor. He shouted from afar, "King-level expert! King-level expert! Why are you here?" "It's the king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders department." The officer was shocked and obediently took the reins of the horse. He took care of the horse as if it was his ancestor. "If I didn't come, do you think you can stop King of Hell Chu?" Chu Yang heavily snorted. He strode forward as he spoke in a hurried tone. "I will be waiting in front of the city lord's mansion within 10 breaths. Everyone from the Golden Horse Riders department must gather here. Those who don't arrive within the time limit will be executed." "Yes." The revered martial artist broke out in cold sweat. Almost in an instant, the order was sent out. A group of experts of the Golden Horse Riders department had followed behind him. They were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, they let out a strange cry and scattered in all directions like birds and beasts. Chu Yang strode forward and coldly said, "Have you received the news?" "We have received it, only." "There is no only," Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. "If you catch King of Hell Chu, everything will be fine. If you don't catch King of Hell Chu, no one will be able to escape punishment, including me. No only can save you. Do you understand?" "Yes, king-level expert is right." The revered martial artist bowed his head as he followed King of Hell Chu's footsteps. He stammered, "But, king-level expert, you..." Smack! Chu Yang turned sideways and fiercely slapped his face. Then, he grabbed his lapel and coldly stared at him. He said in a heavy voice, "What, but? From now on, you shut up. Listen to my orders." Yes, the revered martial artist's face was burning, but he didn't dare to touch it. His body was straight. Cold sweat had already seeped out of his back. King-level expert's temper today is really rare. Don't blame me for having a bad temper. This is a serious matter. Chu Yang's voice softened as he walked. This matter has angered the Prime Minister. Everyone in the Golden Horse Riders Department, including me, has been punished. Only you outside have not been implicated. If you don't know how lucky you are, I don't mind helping you to loosen your skin. Yes, the revered martial artist shivered. So that's how it is. While they were talking, the city lord's residence came into view. The chubby city lord was scared witless as he came to greet them. He had just reached the door when he heard an extremely cold shout. "Stop! Go back!" He looked up and saw a cold-faced man in a black robe striding towards him. His eyes were sharp like a hawk's as he looked at him. It was as if a goshawk had seen a fat rabbit. "I don't have any interest in receiving your greetings. Don't say a word. Go back." Chu Yang's eyes and eyebrows were raised. He was extremely impatient as he shouted in an irritated manner. He was extremely tyrannical and overbearing. Only a person who could control the life and death of a person in front of him was qualified to shout like this. Yes, yes. The chubby city lord was so scared by this murderous aura that he almost dropped his pants on the spot. He suddenly trembled, but didn't stop rushing. He immediately turned around and ran back. But he couldn't turn his body's center of gravity. So, he twisted his body. His posture was very strange, and he did a beautiful spinning dance. Then, he fell down with a plop. His two fat legs were unimaginably twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist. It wouldn't be surprising if a skinny person twisted his legs. But this fat person who was more than 250 kilograms had twisted his legs into a fried dough twist. It was really amazing. Chapter 341. Trash. You dirty my eyes by looking at you. Chu Yang cursed in disgust and kicked his fat buttocks. Immediately, with a whooshing sound, the fat city guard, who had short arms and legs and a big belly, flew over the wall like a rubber ball. With a horrified cry, the fat city guard fell into the wall from afar while flailing his arms and legs. A crashing sound was heard. It was unknown what he had knocked over. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department rushed over from all directions. It seemed as if their buttocks were on fire. They saw the revered martial artist standing solemnly. He was constantly signaling with his eyes. So, they didn't dare to breathe. They stood motionless in bewilderment. Whooshing, whooshing. Everyone had arrived. Is everyone here? Chu Yang fiercely turned around. He looked at everyone with his sharp eyes. His speed was extremely fast. However, the ruthlessness and murderous intention in his eyes made everyone shiver. Reporting back to the king-level expert. Everyone is here. The revered martial artist stood at attention and replied. Good. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward. Now, I will announce the mission. Everyone stood at attention. They looked at Chu Yang with shining eyes. This mission is to kill King of Hell Chu at all costs. We won't care about any sacrifices. Chu Yang slowly paced back and forth. His eyes flashed with a fierce brilliance. He swept his eyes over everyone's faces like an eagle. Now, everyone, follow me. Everyone didn't know what was going on. So, they took a few steps forward. They surrounded Chu Yang. Chu Yang secretly operated his martial power. His blood boiled, and the orchid fragrance rose from his blood. Everyone's nostrils twitched at the same time. They could smell the simple and elegant orchid fragrance. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's sharp eyes swept over everyone again. He then said in a heavy voice, You can smell it, right? Everyone nodded. King of Hell Chu has been hit by the spine-soul-breaking heart palm. His body will have this orchid fragrance as long as he doesn't die. What you are smelling now is this unique orchid fragrance. Do you understand? Chu Yang said in a dignified manner. Understood. Everyone stuck out their chests. It's good that you understand. A strange smile appeared on Chu Yang's Jingming Hun's face as he continued to speak in a gloomy manner. Now, everyone will accompany me. We will break through the north gate and capture the King of Hell. He paused for a moment before continuing in a sinister tone. Everyone should understand how important this matter is. If anything happens, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes. Dozens of people stood at attention and roared. Everyone's faces were immediately filled with eagerness. Now, let's set off. Chu Yang waved his hand. Bring the horses over. With a schwa sound, everyone mounted their horses at the same time, ready to set off. At this moment, the faint sound of wings flapping could be heard from the sky. An invisible bird suddenly appeared in the sky and landed on the revered martial artist's body. What is it? Give it to me. Chu Yang's sharp eyes swept over, and he shouted decisively. He knew that if he was not mistaken, it would be the latest news about him. Yes. That revered martial artist didn't suspect anything. He grabbed the invisible bird, took the letter, and respectfully presented it to Chu Yang with both hands. He would have never dreamt that this awe-inspiring king-level expert Jing was actually the biggest target of the Golden Horse Riders Department's operation, King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang quickly opened the letter and glanced at it. Then, he insipidly said, "The latest news is that King of Hell Chu has entered the Qilong Mountains. We must immediately rush over, for the first batch of troops. Do you understand?" Understood. Everyone became excited. The first batch of troops to capture King of Hell Chu. Doesn't this mean that such a monstrous merit will fall on our shoulders? It's good that you understand. Chu Yang straddled his horse. He pointed his horsewhip forward and waved his hand. It seemed as if the imaginary King of Hell Chu was already waiting there for them to capture him. He then shouted with full confidence, "Gentlemen, now is the time to make a contribution. Let's go." He clamped his legs, and the horse rushed out. Now is the time to make a contribution. Let's go. Dozens of people issued strange shouts at the same time. They spurred their horses and followed behind king-level expert Jing. They were extremely excited as they rushed out. 50 horses formed a tyrannical whirlwind inside the mountain pass. They tyrannically rushed out of the street, rushed out of the mountain pass, and rushed out of the north gate. Chu Yang jumped out of the suspension bridge with his horse with a crashing sound. He looked at the lush green mountains in the distance. His eyes emitted a fervent radiance as he waved his hand and said, "Kill the last one." Everyone issued a shout and rushed forward as if their lives depended on it. Jingming Hun hurriedly arrived with a large group of people less than an hour after Chu Yang had left. He shouted in anger when he learned about this matter. He almost fell off his horse and died. Chu Yang's eyes were wide open. Jingming Hun had rushed over with a large group of people. The opposite party had used the same method to escape. Moreover, they had used his own appearance. Jingming Hun was going crazy. He issued a series of orders. He roared for a while, and then chased after Chu Yang. Then, the army set out from the mountain pass. Several invisible insects fluttered their wings and flew away to inform the checkpoint in front of them to surround and capture King of Hell Chu. Jingming Hun clenched his teeth and secretly swore in his heart, "This kind of trick can't be used again. King of Hell Chu, you've entered this mountain forest. You've entered a dangerous place. I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you." Chu Yang was alone. His whole body was dyed green as he walked through the dense forest. He had just lost more than 40 kilograms of poisonous flood dragon's meat. The price was 50 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department lying quietly in the forest. But it was still effortless. More than 100 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had died at his hands since he had come out of the provincial capital. He would have been flustered if there had been more than a dozen of these experts in a face-to-face confrontation. However, he had taken advantage of Jingming Hun's identity to poison them to death without even lifting a finger. Chu Yang was very happy about this matter. However, the sword spirit's make-up technique had reached the time limit of 3 hours. So, Chu Yang had restored his original appearance. Silently, like a leopard cat, he walked through the dense green forest. The sword point of the tribulation sword was flickering with an almost invisible radiance on his right finger. Chu Yang was constantly changing directions according to the sword point of the tribulation sword. The sword point was the best at finding elixirs. The conversation between Chu Yang and the sword spirit had given him a lot of inspiration. The mountains and forests are the best places to find the elixirs of the world. The mountains and forests are certainly more dangerous. It's not good for concealing one's identity, but there are many places where one can hide. Mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, all of them can be used as a cover. One can't even see the mountains as a cover, let alone a single person. All the treasured spirit herbs in the world grow in places where people rarely go. Most of them are found in mountains and forests. The rest are found underwater. But less than 1/10 of these elixirs are discovered by humans. Most of them grow silently for thousands of years and then quietly dissipate between heaven and earth. When the spiritual energy gathers, they grow again into other treasures. Your current injury can't be treated by the tribulation sword's medicinal power, but it doesn't mean that heaven and earth can't. In front of heaven and earth, there are no fatal injuries or incurable diseases, because heaven and earth are immortal. Everything will depend on your fate. But as the owner of the tribulation sword, Yuan is definitely not weak. Chu Yang laughed in his heart. If my fate was weak, how could I have gotten the tribulation sword? Under a pine tree, Chu Yang placed the sword point of the tribulation sword on his right index finger accurately on the ground. The green plant stem that came into contact with the sword point of the tribulation sword withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mountains and forests are indeed full of treasures. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had just entered the forest for less than 15 minutes, but he had already absorbed 300-year-old wild ginseng and a red ganoderma. This time, the sword point of the tribulation sword didn't retain any medicinal power. Instead, it sent all of it into the tribulation space and handed it over to the sword spirit. And the sword spirit immediately filled the original medicinal power, transforming it into energy and sending it into Chu Yang's meridians. The sword point of the tribulation sword flickered and clearly pointed in another direction. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. His body silently floated up and flew quickly in that direction. Not long after, he stopped and searched for a while. He couldn't help but smile in joy. In front of him, in a large patch of extremely dense grass that reached his waist, there was a green plant that wasn't even as tall as a palm. On the plant, 3 green fruits quietly stayed on the branches. The grass fruit was an extremely rare elixir. Although it only ripened once every 3 years, it was extremely rare because it was extremely hard to find. Many prescriptions had this medicine, but they were basically replaced with other herbs. For example, the grass in front of him was waist-high. This patch of grass was hundreds of feet tall, but the grass fruit was at the root of the grass. Moreover, whether it was the roots or the fruits, they were the same color as the grass. Even if it was close at hand, it would be difficult to find it if one widened their eyes. If it wasn't for the tribulation sword, he would have long been far away. Who would have the patience to look for him in a pile of grass? The sword point of the tribulation sword touched it, and the 3 fruits disappeared instantly. The emerald green plant withered and disappeared without a trace. While Chu Yang was running, he felt that there was a sudden surge of vitality in his meridians. And this time, for the first time, the vitality entered his 5 internal organs that were wrapped by the sword spirit and slowly healed. Chu Yang couldn't help but be curious. This grass fruit was just a rare herb, and not some kind of heavenly treasure. Why was it this herb that entered his 5 internal organs for the first time? It's not only heavenly treasures and rare elixirs that can heal injuries and illnesses. Ordinary herbs are more effective than heavenly treasures as long as they target the illness. The sword spirit's voice slowly sounded. You must know this principle. Chapter 342. That's right, treating injuries and illnesses. It wasn't just about using natural treasures to treat the illness. By the same logic, defeating the enemy wasn't just about using ultimate moves or killing moves. Instead, it was about finding and using the opponent's flaws. Ordinary moves could also be used to turn something rotten into something magical. As Chu Yang thought about it, he felt that his understanding of martial arts had deepened. He flew all the way, nimbly jumping from tree to tree. His body was like the wind. Calamity Sword's sword tip was on his index finger. It stuck its head out and probed with all its might. The sword tip also seemed to know that this was a matter of life and death for its master. It didn't dare to be negligent. Therefore, no matter what medicinal herbs it found, it would guide Chu Yang to absorb them all. It wouldn't let go of them. Poisonous ones, non-poisonous ones, useful ones, and useless ones. Even some ordinary Solomon seal, angelica, and so on were all absorbed. As for ginseng, ganoderma, fleece flower, and so on, it wouldn't let go of them either. Sometimes, every time it absorbed an ordinary medicinal herb, Chu Yang could feel the grievance and resentment of the sword tip. It was estimated that in tens of thousands of years, Calamity Sword had never been as hungry as it was now. It had never absorbed anything that wasn't precious medicinal herbs. It was like a person who was used to eating exotic delicacies, but now only ate vegetables and tofu every day. No wonder it felt wronged. Rustling sounds could be heard from far behind. There were also some faint roars. The pursuers were not far away. Chu Yang frowned. Then, he used his hands to cut down a stalk of grass from an inconspicuous place. He had covered a distance of 3 miles in a flash. So, the grass in his hands had already turned into a big clump of grass. He fiercely squeezed the grass and silently crushed it into a ball. Then, he exerted more force, and drops of thick green grass juice dripped out. Chu Yang caught it with his palm and wiped it all over his body, face, and head. He wiped a layer on his skin and then dyed his clothes with another layer. Then, he continued to do the same thing. He squeezed the grass juice and kept it in the calamity space. He only stopped when he had collected nearly a bucket. It was enough for more than 10 times. This was something that had to be considered when escaping from the forest. The smell of the human body was completely different from this fresh forest. Not to mention that he was running vigorously. Not to mention that his blood could emit that deadly orchid fragrance at any time. The smell of grass was the most natural smell in the world. Whether it was the sap of the trees or the smell of the herbs, none of them were as natural as the smell of grass. Moreover, it was able to conceal all scents. While Chu Yang was running, the tip of the Calamity Sword suddenly vibrated excitedly. A few hands seemed to want to break free from his fingers and pointed in a direction. Chu Yang took a look and saw that there was a canyon about 100 feet away from him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly and say, "Little guy, the pursuers are right behind us. Even if there are good things there, we won't be able to escape once we go down and come back up." The sword tip of Calamity Sword ignored him and continued to point in that direction, unwilling to give up. Chu Yang was disturbed by it. He had no choice but to change his route and rush towards the canyon. When he got closer, he was shocked. How was this a canyon? It was clearly a cliff. Clouds and mist filled the air, and it was unknown how deep it was. Not far behind him, a rustling sound could be heard. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Who is it? Stop right there." Following that, several silhouettes rushed over. Before the silhouettes arrived, several cold lights had already swept across the sky. Their strength was very strong. It seemed that they were the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Chu Yang coldly snorted and rushed back. He knocked down the daggers that were flying towards him. The next moment, Chu Yang's body jumped up. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, a sword light scattered into 10,000 cold lights and whizzed out. Calamity Sword, Heaven's Sword Technique, first move, 1 cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. A few short screams were heard. The 3 people who had rushed over were chopped into pieces in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. These 3 people were very unlucky. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had spread out to search for this Qilong Mountain. However, these 3 people were eager to perform meritorious deeds. So, they rushed to the front. They were the first to discover Chu Yang's trace. But they were also the first to lose their lives. However, one of them screamed before he died. And this alarmed the nearby people who were searching for him. A long whistle was heard from afar. Then, a voice shouted, over there. Then, a whooshing sound was heard from all directions. Chu Yang didn't dare to hesitate. He rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. He heard the sound of wind whistling in his ears. The sword tip in his fingers was trembling. Chu Yang tried his best to stabilize his body. He felt that he had fallen 200 or 300 feet. Then, he suddenly stabbed his right hand into the stone wall. He slid down 10 feet and stopped in midair. His body had already entered the clouds and mist. His whole body felt damp. He looked down, but still couldn't see anything. The sword tip was still pointing downwards. It seems that thing is still down there. He loosened his hand and continued to fall. At the same time, he used his divine sense to explore the ground below him. However, the clouds and mist were everywhere. He couldn't see his position. So, this was the only way. He had fallen 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. And he was still falling. The sword tip had already calmed down. Then, Chu Yang steeled his heart and continued to fall. He felt that he was falling faster and faster. The sword tip trembled. It seemed to be reminding him of something. Chu Yang stretched out his right hand and stabbed the sword into the stone wall. There was a slight sound. The sword tip slid down the hard stone wall like tofu. It actually slid down for more than 100 feet before stopping in midair. Chu Yang looked down again. There were no more clouds and mist. He could vaguely see a large patch of grass. He was already more than 500 feet below the ground. Chu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. If he had stopped a moment later, wouldn't he have fallen to his death? He was angry at the sword tip. Are you trying to kill me? Why didn't you say so earlier? The sword tip trembled, excitedly pointing to the ground. Chu Yang was speechless at this guy who only knew about the elixir and didn't know that he was scolding him. He could only take a breath and slide all the way down. Before his body touched the ground, a fragrance came to his face. Chu Yang was shocked. In the next moment, his feet touched the ground. The sword point trembled in excitement. Chu Yang was almost dragged along by the sword point. He arrived at the edge of a small pond. He saw that there was a large open space under a withered pine tree. In the middle of the open space, there were 3 snow-white plants standing alone. Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng? Chu Yang cried out in surprise. Although the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng wasn't one of the great elixirs, it was still a top-notch treasure. Moreover, there were 3 of them here. Moreover, they had been growing under this cliff for who knows how many years. Looking around, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Not a single blade of grass grew within a few hundred feet. Even the grass outside a few hundred feet looked withered. The trees under the cliff also didn't have much vitality. After so many years of growth, they were only as thick as a bull's mouth. Only the place where the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng grew was a pine tree that was thicker than a person's arm. But it had already withered into a tree trunk. Where elixirs of heaven and earth grew, they would definitely steal the vitality of all living things in order to grow. This was indeed true. The sword tip was already excitedly stretching and shrinking in his fingers. It couldn't hold back anymore. Chu Yang looked at the sword tip and snorted. He was just about to put his hand on it when the sword spirit suddenly said, "Don't let it suck." Why? Chu Yang hurriedly withdrew his hand. The sword tip stretched and shrank in his hand discontentedly. It looked like a child who had seen something delicious but wasn't allowed to eat it. These 3 Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng aren't ripe yet, the sword spirit said in his mind. Put them in the tribulation space first. I will speed up their ripening. Huh. Chu Yang was stunned. How many years had it been? Still not ripe? Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng can be used after 500 years. At that time, it's milky white. After 1,000 years, it's considered ripe at 3,000 years. At that time, it's silvery white. But these 3 in front of you have clearly reached the maximum age of 1,000 years. They are already close to pure white. After ripening, if no one uses them, they will scatter into bits of spiritual energy and disappear. The sword spirit said, these 3 Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng are already close to pure white. They are only a few decades away from reaching their maturity. A fully ripened Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng is comparable to a great elixir. Even if it's used in heavy elixirs, only one is needed. If you use it now, it's really too much of a waste. I see. Then, how long do you need to speed up the ripening of these 3 jade snow spirit ginseng? It should be about 10 days. The sword spirit calculated and reported the time cautiously. Then, as if realizing what Chu Yang was thinking, he said directly, "But don't even think about it. I can't speed up the ripening of just any elixir. Don't even think about ordinary trash. It must be at the level of a great elixir and close to ripening. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Well, even if it's a great elixir, you have to at least get the 5th fragment of the tribulation sword before you can use this ripening function without limit." I know. Chu Yang originally planned to collect some elixirs and throw them all in to speed up the ripening process. But after hearing what the sword spirit said, he immediately dismissed the idea. After ripening, can this elixir help me recover? Recover? It's difficult. However, you need a long time to recuperate. 1 jade snow spirit ginseng is enough for you to recover by more than half. It's useless to take more. As long as you don't have the will to live, you can slowly think of a way to heal your injuries, the sword spirit said. As he spoke, he clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, these 3 jade snow spirit ginseng gave him a lot of confidence. Chapter 343. No, but with the addition of these 3 jade snow spirit ginseng, the quality of the heavy pill will be much better. The reason why the great miracle medicine is the main ingredient of all the medicines in the world is because of this. It is because the great miracle medicine alone is also a heavenly treasure, and it can be compared to any other medicine. Although this jade snow spirit ginseng is also a heavenly treasure, its medicinal properties are still conflicting. Therefore, although it is also a great miracle medicine, it is only different in nature and cannot be compared to the great miracle medicine. So that's how it is. Chu Yang felt grateful. His left hand covered the 3 jade snow spirit ginseng. The next moment, he silently said, "Collect," and the 3 jade snow spirit ginseng entered the tribulation space. The tribulation sword point was unhappy. With a schwa sound, it emerged from Chu Yang's fingertips. It looked as if it had been wronged to death. It couldn't understand why it didn't have a share in the end. It was the one who found it. It was the one who led the way. It was the one who found it. Chu Yang could only comfort it in his mind. He analyzed the pros and cons. He said a lot of good words. In the end, he promised to give it a complete jade snow spirit ginseng after it ripened. Only then did it dispel Jian An's resentment. Jian An became excited. Chu Yang secretly laughed. He thought, "So what if you enjoyed the jade snow spirit ginseng? Didn't you give me the heavy pill in the end?" Zhu Sha is still so unforgiving. On the cliff, Jing Minghun looked at the 3 tragic corpses in front of him. His face was gloomy. He was surrounded by hundreds of people, and there were still people rushing over. Everyone looked at the 3 corpses and felt their hair stand on end. King-level leader Jing had clearly said that the opponents were seriously injured. However, these 3 people were revered martial artists. From the time they made the noise to the time everyone rushed over, it was only a breath's time. Yet, they were already dead. A person who was fatally injured still had such an attack power? He killed 3 revered martial artists in one move. This is too outrageous, right? The right hand should have a divine weapon that can cut iron like mud. Everyone needs to pay attention during the battle. Jing Minghun stood up and said lightly, "Yes. Looking at the traces, there should be no more than 2 paths. We came from the right. So, the other path is to jump off the cliff. The second path is to the left. We can't go back because our main force is right behind us." Jing Minghun calmly analyzed the situation. Going to the left is risky, but going to the north is the best option. Jumping off the cliff is the safest option. It's also the easiest way to get out of our line of sight. As he said this, he looked at the trail leading to the cliff and said, "You should know that as long as one's cultivation reaches the level of a revered martial artist, one will not die from falling down the cliff, no matter how high the cliff is. As long as one can still circulate their energy, they will be able to safely descend from the cliff." He pondered for a moment and said, "If my guess is not wrong, King of Hell Chu must have jumped off the cliff. What do you think?" Everyone looked at each other, not saying a word. This was the time to make a decision. If anyone interfered now, it would be a definite direction. So, king-level expert Jing would never take the blame if he made a mistake. A group of people, go to the left. I will lead the other team down the cliff. A trace of anger flashed in Jing Minghun's eyes. But he suppressed it. Inform General Wang and General Li, tell them to transport the hounds as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone move. Jing Minghun ordered. Then, he rushed to the edge of the cliff with his men. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked down. Clouds and mist had filled the air and had sealed the cliff's mouth. They couldn't see anything down there. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. Such a phenomenon at the mouth of the cliff could only mean that this cliff was unfathomably high. Previously, everyone had thought that it was just a cliff. They wouldn't die if they jumped down. However, no one dared to say such big words at the moment. The clouds and mist had completely sealed the cliff. So, they couldn't see anything. Who knew what was under their feet? To put it bluntly, even a revered martial artist could fall to the ground if he were to touch a withered branch extending from the cliff's wall and lose his balance. So, it wouldn't be strange if a revered martial artist died on the cliff without the detection ability of a king-level expert's divine sense. The entire process of encircling and suppressing King of Hell Chu had made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. King-level expert Jing had said that Chu Yang was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But Chu Yang was obviously alive and kicking. King-level expert Jing had said that Chu Yang had the fragrance of orchids on his body. However, no one had smelled the fragrance of orchids until now. The most outrageous thing was that King of Hell Chu had cleaned up every place he had passed. Everyone even suspected that this guy didn't need to eat. Didn't he need to urinate or defecate? They hadn't found any trace of King of Hell Chu eating along the way, nor had they found any trace of King of Hell Chu excreting or defecating. How many days has it been? Is he holding it in? King-level expert Jing had said that King of Hell Chu had jumped to the bottom of the cliff. Everyone was guessing in their hearts. How credible is this statement? How credible is it? We wouldn't mind going down to take a look if the cliff's height was ordinary. But this cliff is so terrifying. Fuck. What if I fall to my death? He thought to himself, my wife and children are waiting for me in the state. I can't die here in a daze. Another thought. I have just married a concubine. I haven't even had the time to enter the bridal chamber. How can I jump off the cliff in a daze? Everyone, follow me. Pay attention to your feet. Jing Minghun saw everyone's complexion. How could he not know what these guys were thinking? His complexion sank. He made a prompt decision. He pulled out the Minghun sword and jumped down. He fiercely inserted the Minghun sword into the stone wall at a height of 70 or 80 feet. Simultaneously, he struck the wall with his left hand. Stone fragments swirled in the air, and a small hole appeared in the wall. He went all the way down in this manner. He created a place where he could land his feet. It was as if he was making a staircase. Therefore, the people behind him would come down one by one. They would have no problem as long as they were careful and looked for a place to land. Everyone was overjoyed at this turn of events. It could be said that there was no danger with a king-level expert leading the way. He carefully followed the trail and went down. Chu Yang put away another Ganoderma at the bottom of the cliff. Then, he heard a bang sound from above. He couldn't hear it clearly because it was too far away. However, Chu Yang was already alert in his heart. I've already come down. They don't have any enemies above. So, why are they making such a noise? Then, there was another sound, and another sound. Chu Yang quickly judged, they're making a staircase. They are coming down. Chu Yang didn't even think about it. He immediately turned around and flew towards the other side. As for burying them below, Chu Yang didn't plan to do so. I can only use half of my strength at the moment, but the opposite party can make a staircase from such a steep cliff. So, there must be a king-level expert among them. Perhaps, Jing Minghun is personally leading the team. So, I would be courting death if I ambushed them. Chu Yang flew all the way. He didn't even look back. Jing Minghun and the others carefully went down to the bottom of the cliff to search. But Chu Yang had already escaped. Chu Yang was already more than a dozen miles away from the north. The buffer of this cliff had given Chu Yang precious time. He had wasted a lot of time to break through the mountain pass. Moreover, he had wasted a lot of time to look for the elixir. So, he had wasted a lot of time. However, his good luck had come to an end. The orchid fragrance in his blood couldn't be suppressed any longer. It began to faintly float out. This orchid fragrance was like a maggot in Chu Yang's tarsal bone. It was his biggest crisis. Unexpectedly, there was a canyon in front of him. There were towering mountain peaks on both sides, and there was 100 feet wide canyon between them. A team of Great Zhao's army was slowly advancing in a fan-shaped formation on the opposite side of the slanted canyon. The entire canyon was filled with troops. There was no blind spot. Chu Yang was hiding in a big tree far away. He frowned. I must kill my way out of here if I want to pass through. He looked at the towering mountain peaks on both sides. Half of the mountain peaks were covered with clouds and mist. He couldn't see the top. It would take at least 2 days to pass through if he took a detour. Moreover, I don't know how many traps the opposite party can arrange in these 2 days. I can't afford to waste even half a day's time. I won't be able to return to Iron Cloud for the rest of my life, even if I slow down for an hour. Chu Yang was very clear about this. The Golden Horse Riders Department has always been led by the nose. They can only chase after me from behind. The Golden Horse Riders Department will be 100 times more dangerous than chasing after me if they catch up with me. And this 10,000-man army is here to obstruct me. Jingming Hun isn't stupid. He won't expect an ordinary army to catch me. These troops won't be able to find me if I hide in this mountainous forest. The main reason why the army has come is to intercept me here. Chu Yang instantly understood the enemy's strategy. The bugle horn sounded at this time. The enemy troops stopped and began to pitch camp. It seemed that they were going to set up camp in this canyon. Chu Yang looked at them attentively. He couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This troop is well trained. They must be experienced soldiers. Moreover, the commander of this troop must be a famous general. This is the only way to return home. I'm afraid that I will fall into the hands of the Golden Horse Riders Department no matter what I do. How can I fight a 10,000-man army by myself? Detour. Chu Yang was sure that he would encounter the main force of the Golden Horse Riders Department if he detoured. The enemy isn't far from me. So, I will be attacked from both the front and the back. Jingming Hun will catch up with me if I don't move. Then, I will have no way out. My only chance is to take advantage of the time when the enemy is setting up camp. Then, I will break through. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp. I won't change my mind since I've made up my mind. I only need to make the necessary preparations. Sword Spirit. Chu Yang shouted in his mind. What's the matter? Sword Spirit appeared. Chapter 344. Sword Spirit didn't speak. It seemed that he was observing. Then, he said after a long while, it's too risky. Risky? Then, let's do it. Chu Yang made up his mind. Sword Spirit didn't say that he couldn't withstand it. He only said that it was somewhat risky. Since it was risky, it meant that there was a chance of success. At this moment, Chu Yang would risk everything as long as there was even a 1% chance. Moreover, Sword Spirit had said that he could take the risk. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He slowly stretched out his right hand. A sword appeared in his hand with a clang. If I succeed in this attack, I'll be able to escape from this predicament. If I fail, this will be the last battle of my life. I have to fight with my back to the river. I must go all out, regardless of life or death. Chu Yang didn't think about anything at this moment. He didn't think about Ming Chao Ran, Tan Tan, or his brothers. He also didn't think about his ethereal origin. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill, 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 go, go. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang slowly recited in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on the shining sword. He murmured repeatedly, what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A surge of heroic spirit suddenly rose in Chu Yang's heart as he recited this Calamity Sword formula. The most crucial part of this Calamity Sword formula was the question mark at the end. This question mark was indeed a choice. It was a choice between two completely different paths for a person who practiced the heavenly sword technique. One was hesitation, and the other was decisiveness. What harm is there in doing so? What harm is there in doing so? What harm is there in doing so? Let me slaughter the entire world. Chu Yang felt a surge of energy in his chest. A raging ruthlessness rushed up from the bottom of his heart. He raised his eyebrows. His cold gaze passed through the forest and shot towards the army that was setting up camp in the distance. He said gloomily and coldly, "What harm is there in doing so? What harm is there in doing so?" The sword flashed as if it had sensed the murderous aura on its master's body. A clang sound was heard, and the cold sword light flipped. The calamity sword's tip climbed up the sword's body with an incomparable sharpness. The tip of the sword flashed with a dazzling light. This light was far more intense than sunlight. Clang! Jin Exine silently rushed out of his dantian and went against the flow of his meridians. It rushed into his arm and rushed to his palm. Chu Yang felt a surge of heat in his entire body. The long sword in his hand lit up, and a greenish-white light flashed with a hint of blood red. Then, the sword blade rushed up. Boom! Suddenly, a murderous aura filled the sky and spread out. In an instant, the area in front of and behind Chu Yang's body had almost turned into a netherworld. It was filled with a gloomy and chilling hell-like aura. The birds on the trees and the ants on the ground all fled in panic when they sensed the terrifying killing intent. The first three parts of the Calamity Sword were all fierce blades that charged and broke through enemy lines. This was the first time they had worked together after 10,000 years. The three parts of the sword with the strongest killing intent were put together. In the past 80,000 years, the first 8 Calamity Swords had appeared in the world. Each time, they had their own order and were completely different. However, there had never been a time when the sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade appeared in the first 3 segments. Only this time, Chu Yang had directly come out to kill. Corresponding to the tragic phenomenon in this chaotic world, it seemed to indicate something. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens? With the sword in his hand, a murderous aura suddenly rushed up from Chu Yang's heart. It was a kind of murderous aura between heaven and earth. In the past 80,000 years, who knew how many souls had been transcended by the sword tip, sword brocade, and sword edge of the Calamity Sword? And the Calamity Sword had always been a divine weapon that ruled over the heavens. It had only started to move unhindered in the upper 3 heavens. How could anyone who could die under the Calamity Sword be simple? To put it bluntly, in Chu Yang's eyes, king-level martial artists were probably experts. However, in terms of the souls that died under the Calamity Sword, king-level martial artists probably couldn't even be considered as the weakest. Not to mention emperor-level martial artists, even monarch-level martial artists and saint-level martial artists would probably die under the Calamity Sword. As for supreme martial artists, no one dared to say that there weren't any. Now, Chu Yang let the 3 parts of the Calamity Sword, this kind of murderous weapon, directly collide with each other. The murderous aura that erupted was almost enough to destroy Chu Yang's brain. Thanks to Chu Yang's 2 lifetimes, his huge spiritual power, and the suppression of the sword spirit, he was able to successfully control this murderous aura that belonged to the Calamity Sword. However, Chu Yang's current cold and hard appearance was no different from that of a ferocious demon in the legends. Everyone who saw him wouldn't pay attention to his appearance. Instead, they would pay attention to the murderous aura on his body, which had already formed a solid substance. However, there was one thing that Chu Yang had overlooked. The Calamity Sword now had a new function because it had obtained the 3rd part. It could absorb the power of living beings. Chu Yang closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. His body silently floated out and went along some hidden corners. He relied on the cover of the forest's big trees and stuck close to the ground and the grass. Wherever he went, it was as if a boat was passing through the water surface. The green grass rippled with a schwa sound, and a ripple appeared on both sides. Then, the ripple immediately returned to normal. The general leading the troops was Great Zhao's famous general, Wang Tinglong. He had received orders from Diwu Qingro to gather 200,000 troops in the shortest time possible. Then, he would turn north and rush to the battlefield of Iron Cloud. However, he hadn't expected that he would be intercepted by the invisible mound as soon as he left the province with his personal guards. He was ordered to turn back and help kill King of Hell Chu. This matter was extremely urgent. Wang Tinglong didn't have enough time to transfer troops from other places. So, he had no choice but to use his 10,000 personal guards. Moreover, he was full of confidence. I have 10,000 elite troops. Even the cooks are elites who have survived hundreds of battles. Such a troop of 10,000 won't fall into a disadvantageous position even in the face of an army of 100,000. In fact, it's very likely that we'll win the battle and even annihilate the enemy. It should be enough to besiege King of Hell Chu. Wang Tinglong didn't dare to underestimate this legendary King of Hell Chu in his heart. 10,000 troops besieging King of Hell Chu was only enough in his heart. He wasn't using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken with a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Tinglong was a famous general of Great Zhao. He always had more than 100,000 troops under his command. He was ranked 13th in the list of famous generals of the continent. He was tough, intrepid, and had a fiery temperament. He wasn't an easy general to deal with. An ordinary deputy general didn't have more than a few hundred personal guards. An ordinary general didn't have more than 1,000 personal guards. Even a senior general couldn't have more than 3,000. Only a commander-level general had the qualifications to have 10,000 personal guards. This showed how terrifying Wang Tinglong was. Moreover, Wang Tinglong's 10,000 personal guards were the elite of the elite. Wang Tinglong immediately arranged his troops as soon as he saw the terrain of this canyon. They will advance in a fan-shaped formation and set up camp in the narrowest part of the canyon. This place is like the throat of a giant. Even a fly won't be able to fly past this throat as long as I grab it. Wang Tinglong was 100% sure that his troops would be able to hold out for a month as long as they set up camp here. Even if the enemy were to send a 1,000,000-strong army to attack, it wouldn't be a problem as long as I have enough provisions to support it. They had already reached the narrowest part of the canyon. So, the deputy general had arranged for them to set up camp. Wang Tinglong urged his horse to go to a small slope and raised his eyes to look for any movement in the mountain forest. The entire boundless mountain forest was like a huge gourd, and this canyon was the stem of the gourd. Nobody would be able to escape his surveillance as long as they came out of the mountain forest. However, Wang Tinglong was absolutely certain that he hadn't let out even a single one of his beasts during the entire journey to outflank them. In other words, King of Hell Chu Fei hadn't taken this route back to Iron Cloud. He must have stayed in Great Zhao and must have gone to Limitless Continent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left this mountain forest. As long as he's here, as long as he dares to come, he must have come for me. Reporting to the Great General, the military order has been issued. The deputy general turned around and ran to Wang Tinglong's side. He then stood at attention and reported to him. This was Wang Tinglong's rule. Even his closest deputy general wasn't allowed to disobey. Otherwise, he would be punished according to military law. He believed that an army should act like an army. Even if he was a father or a brother, he should act like a soldier in the army. You're my father, but my military rank is higher than yours. So, you have to stand at attention and salute me when you see me. Moreover, you can only call me Great General. You're not allowed to call me anything else. I'll beat you if you dare to call me son in front of so many generals. Wang Tinglong's son was the Great General, and he was the deputy general. But he would still bow and kowtow when he saw his son in the barracks. This was the military law. There was a time when his younger brother was a general under his command. He had unconsciously called him Big Brother when he saw him. So, Wang Tinglong ordered his subordinates to beat him 40 times. Wang Tinglong would rather cry in front of his younger brother's bed at night. But he was the great general in the army's tent. He was impartial and impartial. Even Diwu Qingro could only call him by his military rank when he came to the great general's tent. This was Wang Tinglong. Wang Tinglong indifferently glanced at the busy army. He then said with a straight face, I know. He paused for a moment and then said, Fu Hu, what do you think will happen this time? Deputy General Sun Fu, who had been his partner for more than 10 years. They had a tacit understanding between them. They didn't need to speak. In fact, they didn't need to speak to each other. So, Sun Fu, who knew what Wang Tinglong was thinking just by listening to his words. Sun Fu, who cautiously looked at the mountain forest. Then, he looked at the army and solemnly said, reporting to the great general, I think that King of Hell Chu won't be able to escape with the great general here. Not necessarily. Wang Tinglong smiled and slowly shook his head. He was still gazing at the mountain forest as he insipidly said, You don't understand King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu wouldn't be King of Hell Chu if I could catch him so easily. Chapter 345. What? Sun Fu, who was startled. King of Hell Chu was seriously injured. His 5 internal organs were shattered. Did you see it with your own eyes? Wang Tinglong asked with a cold look in his eyes. I didn't see it. Bi Fu, who stuck out his chest and replied loudly, You didn't see it. How can you say that he was seriously injured? Wang Tinglong's expression was very serious. This? Sun Fu, who was at a loss. The Golden Horse Riders Department had announced this news to the world. It had been approved by Prime Minister Diwu. How could it not be regarded as conclusive news? Don't believe any news without seeing it with your own eyes. Wang Tinglong sternly said, We are soldiers. We are generals. We must pay attention to evidence. We must verify things that we haven't seen with our own eyes, even if the whole world is talking about it. Otherwise, we will be defeated by our own gullibility. Men of Jiang who can flee far away if they are defeated. It's not too late to take revenge even after 10 years. Politicians can endure when they are defeated. They can hide their strength and bide their time. Then, they can rise again. But soldiers and generals can pile up like mountains when they are defeated. Their blood will flow like a sea. They will suffer a crushing defeat. They will be consigned to eternal damnation. Wang Tinglong sternly said, Many of our brothers will be buried on the battlefield if we are defeated. You may have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, but the brothers who died today will never come back. We don't have so many brothers for us to spoil. Do you understand? Wang Tinglong coldly shouted. Yes. Bi Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat. He stood upright. He felt that his back was drenched in cold sweat. I won't let you command an army alone if you still have such thoughts. Wang Tinglong insipidly said. Yes. I don't dare. Bi Fu, who was drenched in sweat this time, pass down my orders. Set up camp faster. Set up pots and cook rice faster. Within 15 minutes, we must set up the camp and set up the iron pots to cook. Within 30 minutes, everyone must finish eating. Wang Tinglong turned his head to look at the chaotic troops. He frowned and said, Everyone must eat until they are full in half an hour, even if they have to eat raw rice. Wang Tinglong's eyes contained a hint of worry. He looked at the mountain forest on the opposite side and muttered, This is our only chance if something goes wrong. And King of Hell Chu breaks through my defenses. The consequences will be unimaginable if he catches us. Yes. Although Bi Fu didn't agree with his decision, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately went to pass down the order. Finishing the meal in half an hour seemed like a long time. However, this was a place of rapid march. They had just arrived here and were tired and had no time to rest. Everyone had to work together and set up camp first. All of this required time. After setting up camp, they would start cooking according to the location of each camp. Start a fire, add more people, cook the rice and eat it. Eat. Half an hour was definitely not enough. Even the fastest of them could only eat until they were half full. It seemed that the army would have to eat half-cooked rice for this meal. Sun Fu sighed and ran off to give the order. He couldn't understand. Is it worth it to torment the army like this just for King of Hell Chu? Was it necessary? He was dissatisfied. However, Wang Tinglong was also somewhat anxious. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the forest opposite him, and the sense of crisis in his heart grew heavier and heavier. This is King of Hell Chu's only chance to break through. That's because everyone is busy here. Wang Tinglong was certain that King of Hell Chu would be a god if he missed this opportunity. He would never be able to pass through here. Therefore, He was impatient. He was worried that King of Hell Chu wouldn't seize this opportunity. The best and most ideal news for Wang Tenglong at the moment was that the camp had been set up and the troops had eaten. So, they were conserving their strength for the big push. He wished that he could take the time away. He had never been so nervous since he had joined the army. It's because the world-defying heavens welcomes you. He knows the importance of King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu's life or death is related to the overall situation of this war. Smoke gradually rose from the kitchen of the army camp. The soldiers had received the order. They knew that time was of the essence. So, they impatiently moved into action. These fellows were all veteran ruffians. Normally, each of them would be indolent and lazy. Even when they walked, they would be weak and slack. However, when the time came, each of them would be able to pull themselves out and show their strength. Their usual laziness was the result of their indifference after seeing life and death. But they had a different mental appearance now that they had moved into action. Perhaps it's not too late. Wang Tenglong heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately issued an order and ordered his personal guards to move to the front of the troops. There were only 300 personal guards, but all of them were experts. Even the weakest among them were martial warriors. In fact, there were several martial great masters and one revered martial artist among them. These forces were unremarkable. But one mustn't forget that this was an ordinary army. An ordinary army could have such people, but the commander must have extraordinary charisma. Otherwise, these people would have been willing to serve as ordinary soldiers. His personal guards ran out. They hadn't finished lining up in formation yet. Wang Tenglong had been looking at the distant mountains, but his complexion suddenly changed. He waved his hand and loudly shouted, "Enemy attack! The enemy has broken into the camp. Everyone, be on guard." His face had turned red. He had shouted himself hoarse. His throat had suddenly burst with such a strong volume that it seemed as if he would spurt out blood. The well-trained army reacted at the same time. The bugle horns sounded in unison. The soldiers who were busy grasping their weapons immediately grasped them. However, Wang Tenglong's heart had become powerless at this time. He had clearly seen a bird fly up from the top of the mountain a moment ago. It seemed as if there had been a little movement. He was about to take a closer look, but it had become tranquil again. He was still wondering whether this was the movement of a beast or a human. But then, he saw a wave of movement in the grass 1,000 feet away from the front of the troops. Then, at this moment, he cried out. But by the time his voice had left his mouth, a figure had already rushed over like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it a boundless, murderous aura. In the next moment, only a blurry figure could be seen. This person had already used a crazy posture to brazenly crash into the formation of 10,000 people. A low and deep voice filled with murderous aura echoed. "One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." The swordlight broke through the obstruction of the Milky Way like 1,000 waterfalls, and it flowed out like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream resounded in the clear sky. It seemed as if a murderous aura had condensed into a substance, and it swept through the entire canyon. Wang Tenglong closed his eyes in pain. The aroma of the meal had just begun to spread. It was also the time when the troops were the most relaxed after a long and difficult journey. They had set up camp and were only waiting to eat. Many people had picked up their rice bowls and were waiting by the side of the big pot. They were pushing and shoving each other. Some people were even cursing. Time was very tight. Being able to grab the first bowl of rice would determine whether they would be able to eat their fill or not. Therefore, the entire army was in a mess. The army couldn't withstand a single blow at this time. It didn't matter how elite the troops were. King of Hell Chu was so far away. So, how could he accurately grasp the most vulnerable moment of the army? Wang Tenglong was puzzled. But he still made the right decision. Send an order to the rear troops to meet the enemy. The enemy had already broken through the front troops. The rear troops could only block the enemy for a while. The rear troops couldn't stop the enemy's speed. The only hope they had was the rear troops, who were holding the line at the moment. Wang Tenglong's anxious chest was on fire. I only need a moment. No, I only need a blink of an eye. I only need to give my troops such a short time to react, and they will be able to form a fighting force in this chaotic situation. But will King of Hell Chu give me such a short time? The answer is yes. He won't. Chu Yang had been dormant all this time. He had waited until now to make his move because he was waiting for a fleeting opportunity. Therefore, he had immediately flown out when he had seen the smoke rise for 3/4 of an hour. That was because the aroma of the meal had just started to spread. This army had traveled a long and difficult journey, so they must be tired and hungry. The aroma of the meal had spread and had fallen into the nostrils of these tired and hungry soldiers. This was the smell of heaven. Everyone's heart was filled with a genuine desire for food at this moment. When the food was really cooked, this desire would fall back. Chu Yang had experienced this feeling countless times in his previous life. Therefore, he clearly understood it. Therefore, he had chosen this time to set out and break through the defensive line of this famous general. This general's defensive line hadn't been formed yet, so it would be unfair even if he defeated him. However, Chu Yang could only take advantage of this situation. He had used the tribulation's art of concealment at lightning speed. He had rushed across the 1,000 feet grassland until he had arrived in front of the army. Then, the grass behind him had started to ripple and had started to show traces of someone flying past. This kind of speed was truly shocking. Even Chu Yang himself had been startled. Even he himself had never thought that the 3 sections of the Calamity Sword would be so powerful when combined with the Baidu world-defying stage bar. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Issued. Dozens of people couldn't dodge in time. They screamed miserably. Their bodies spun as they were flung out. Blood flowed out of their bodies as they flew in the air. The moment Chu Yang rushed past them, their complete bodies turned into gunny sack after gunny sack and were torn to pieces. Chu Yang's body didn't stop. He rushed forward like a violent whirlwind. His face was cold and cruel. There was no pity in his eyes. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind smiled and muttered to himself, "This time, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Finally has a little bit of the real, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." Chu Yang felt a slight vibration in the palm of his hand as he killed a lot of soldiers. Then, a wisp of hot air flowed through his palm and into his body. He suddenly felt a surge of energy. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered what the sword spirit had said when he had just obtained the 3rd section of Tribulation Sword. Chapter 346. Chu Yang felt that his body was brimming with energy as he felt the heat from Siyi's body. It seemed as if he wouldn't feel tired at all. He was delighted as he thought, "Is this the power of devouring living beings?" However, his hands did not stop moving. He unsheathed his long sword and soared into the sky. Facing the arrogant soldiers and valiant generals who did not care about their lives, he sternly shouted, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Proud of the heavens, welcome." A round beam of light suddenly appeared as he unsheathed his calamity sword. It looked like a frightening dragon. It drew a bright spray of blood in the crowd as it surged forward. Boundless murderous aura suddenly pervaded the entire battlefield. Heads rolled and soared into the sky. Severed arms were thrown into the air. Some of them were even tightly holding shiny swords. Blue veins popped out on the fingers of those severed arms that were holding swords. But they had already left their owners' bodies. Chu Yang's body advanced another 100 feet. Then, he finally landed from the sky. He stepped on the fresh corpses on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood. It seemed as if he was taking a shower of blood. He madly rushed forward step by step. These elite troops that had been moving unhindered on the battlefield didn't stand a chance against his cruel killing moves and the sharpness of his calamity sword. Chu Yang didn't say a word. He buried his head and madly rushed forward. Kill. In such a state of battle, Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling. As long as my legs aren't chopped off, I will be able to rush out like this. There was absolutely no suspense. That was because he didn't only have enough real energy to use. Moreover, Sword Spirit was constantly replenishing his spiritual energy to ensure that the real energy in his dantian was maintained at the same level as before it was consumed. This was the internal circulation. It could guarantee that he wouldn't have any second thoughts. And now, the weakest link was the external circulation. That was his physical strength. The Calamity Sword was constantly absorbing the energy from the people it had killed. It was pouring into his body. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit tired. No one in the Chongtian continent could compare with Chu Yang in these two aspects. Chu Yang was like a monstrous wave. But, after dealing with this monstrous wave, he still had an entire ocean behind him to support him in launching the next wave of attacks. How could such a person be stopped? This is King of Hell Chu? Wang Tenglong stood on the short slope. He was sucking in a mouthful of cold air. He had overestimated King of Hell Chu's terror as much as possible before he had arrived here. But he had to admit that he had underestimated this man after seeing the scene before his eyes. As expected, he's the King Yanluo of Hell. Wang Tenglong looked at his subordinates being chopped like vegetables. His heart felt as if it was frying oil. The other party was clearly only one person, but he had created a scene that was even more tragic than a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses. That kind of wild aura that swallowed 10,000 miles, that kind of domineering aura that looked disdainfully at the heavens and earth, made people tremble in fear when they saw it. Fortunately, his rear troops had managed to gain the time of a breath and were already in formation. Their valiant faces were filled with heaviness as they held on tightly to their formation. It was obvious that they weren't sure if they could successfully stop King of Hell Chu. Cut off his legs first. Wang Tenglong snatched the bugle horn from the soldier next to him. He threw it on the ground and bellowed, "Pass down my order. Chop off his legs first." Wang Tenglong was a seasoned great general. So, he had formulated the best strategy almost immediately. 30 messengers stood in a row. They then raised their voices and shouted, "The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first. The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first." Their voices grew louder and louder. Almost half of the people on the battlefield heard them. They then shouted in unison, "The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first." "Yes, sir." In the distant army, more than 4,000 men shouted in agreement at the same time. Their pupils shrunk as they stared at the demon-like black figure that was charging towards their army at an increasing speed. Everyone's palms were drenched in cold sweat. A violent, murderous aura slowly rose in Chu Yang's heart as he fought. This murderous aura rose, and his eyes slowly turned red. The power of the sword in his hand also increased by 30% in the instant this murderous aura rushed up. He brandished his sword to the left, and 3 soldiers screamed as they retreated. He brandished his sword to the right, and 4 heads flew in the air. He brandished his sword to the front, and left a trail of blood for 50 feet. Then, he rushed forward in big strides. His feet moved like a whirlwind, and people could only see a group of shadows. Blood splashed everywhere as he stamped his foot. The long sabers were like a forest, and they were aimed at his lower body. The murderous aura in Chu Yang's heart grew more and more intense. Suddenly, he let out a long shout and a long laugh. His body miraculously rose high into the air and flew forward at a high speed. He left a trail of blood wherever he went. Suddenly, a voice full of murderous aura was heard. "The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain." With a flip of his body, his long sword drew a brilliant arc in the air. It was expanding outwards, but its speed was extremely fast. A group of people fell to the ground in an orderly fashion. Chu Yang laughed loudly and recited, "A pool of blood under the sword surges like waves." Another sharp sword cry was heard. The Calamity Sword emitted a sword light that represented death. The sword light fell like rain. Chu Yang's body flew out 70 feet like a dragon. It was as if he had gone mad. He laughed wildly and tragically. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. The Calamity Sword hovered in the army formation. Chu Yang somersaulted in the air again, and avoided the torrential rain of arrows. He then said fiercely, "I won't retract my saber when I kill the world." Chu Yang's body moved forward amidst the surging waves of blood along with a long laugh. He was like a hurricane. Wang Tinglong felt powerless in the distance. He muttered, "The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain. The blood pool under my sword is like rolling waves. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. I won't retract my saber when I kill the world." A demon? He's not a human. He's a demon. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang was madly rushing forward. He was unscrupulously killing. He hadn't killed to his heart's content for a long time, since he had massacred the big clan that had ambushed a Mo Ching Wu in his previous life. Coupled with the tens of thousands of years of accumulated hostility of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was now blindly killing. Charge! But in such a crazy state, Chu Yang had miraculously comprehended 4 sword moves on his own. Using the sword as a saber, using the saber as a sword. The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain. The blood pool under my sword is like rolling waves. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. I won't retract my saber when I kill the world. These 4 moves were definitely not part of the Calamity Sword, but they were also 4 moves. They were not inferior to the 4 moves of the Heaven Sword technique. These 4 moves were full of ruthlessness. After the last move was launched, Chu Yang's heart suddenly became clear and bright. The ruthlessness that filled his mind disappeared in an instant. He could clearly feel that his senses had become more sensitive. His reactions had become faster and more accurate. His movements had become smoother and more powerful. His judgments had become more timely and more accurate. In the center of the siege of dozens of people, he could clearly determine which of the 4 sabers that seemed to be coming at him at the same time was the fastest, which was the most threatening, and which looked fierce but had no killing power. If Chu Yang was allowed to show off his skills at this moment, he could even use his sword to block and defeat all the attacks in an orderly manner. This was definitely not an illusion. It was absolute certainty. His 5 internal organs were still sealed by the sword spirit. In other words, it was impossible for his martial power to increase. Then, the only possibility was that his spiritual sense had broken through. In other words, his realm had broken through. At this critical juncture, he had unexpectedly made a breakthrough for himself. But Chu Yang didn't know that his breakthrough this time had been happening for a long time. The first sign happened when Chu Yang crossed Diwu Qing Ro's legacy prime minister residence on a stormy night. The fusion of martial power at that moment caused Chu Yang's vital energy, which came from different stages and places, to completely fuse. Chu Yang's nerves were in a state of high tension during the time he was on the run. He didn't even dare to relax during the short sleep of less than half an hour every day. Every time he escaped, it was easy. Every time he took a risk, it was a test. And it was important to note that all of this happened when his internal organs were almost broken beyond repair. In other words, the pressure to complete all of this was borne by his mind. He couldn't be confused at all. Just a moment ago, he decided to let go of all his worries and threw himself into the battlefield with all his might. When he was fighting, his nerves and spirit had completely transformed from a mess to a piece of steel. Then, the combination of the 3 most murderous parts of the Calamity Sword had an unparalleled impact on Chu Yang. It made Chu Yang unknowingly enter a violent state of slaughter. But it was in this state of slaughter that Chu Yang had never entered before that he was able to vent all of the tyrannical emotions in his 2 lives. It was at this moment when these negative emotions flowed out along with the murderous aura that Chu Yang suddenly fell into a state of epiphany similar to becoming a Buddha on the spot. This kind of epiphany made him follow his state of mind without thinking at all. He used a method that made him feel the most comfortable, venting, and delightful. He swung his first sword. The corpse in his palm was as tall as a mountain. But after this move, he felt that it wasn't enough. After all, this was a palm. Although Chu Yang's mind was still in the state of epiphany provided by Baidu world-defying heavens, he could subconsciously think that he was using a sword. Therefore, under such circumstances, the tyrannical next move appeared. Blood waves churning waves under the sword. But the extreme bloodiness of these 2 moves evoked some emotions in Chu Yang's heart. The world of mortals is ruthless. The way of heaven is ruthless. But my mission in this life is to go against the way of heaven. So, In such a state of emptiness, Chu Yang only remembered his most primitive mission in this life: go against heaven and change fate and save Qing Wu. So, with boundless resentment, he swung his third move. The world of mortals is ruthless. Chapter 347. But then, Chu Yang was stimulated by this boundless hatred. Finally, in this strange state, he created his fourth move, which was also the most powerful and the last move with endless charm. Don't retract my saber after killing the whole world. This move represented Chu Yang's state of mind. Even if I kill the whole world, I won't sheath my sword if I don't achieve my goal. I won't give up. Don't retract my saber. Therefore, this move had become Chu Yang's strongest obsession, and it was also the most perfect move. And with endless desire, it created the charm of this move, which was destined to become a classic. This move was a step further than the second move of Calamity Sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? This move also represented a complete breakthrough in Chu Yang's state of mind. From then on, Chu Yang's martial path truly broke away from the scope of Calamity Sword. It became his own unique comprehension. A tool is a tool. A divine weapon is also a tool. And I'm a human. When Chu Yang woke up from his state of mind, he clearly felt that the three parts of Calamity Sword had really merged into one under his powerful pressure. And it had merged into his body. This was the complete submission of Calamity Sword to its master. In his mind, the sword's spirit sighed deeply and powerlessly. The current Chu Yang had already jumped out of the cycle of Calamity Sword. I really don't know what this freak will do to this heavenly layer. He could also have such a strange breakthrough in such a time and place. Chu Yang let out a long roar. Cold light shot out from Calamity Sword. He stepped in the void and moved 10 feet in one step. Blades and spears were like a forest under his feet. Arrows were like rain in front of him. But Chu Yang ignored them. Under the support of this strange state of mind, he moved forward rapidly. Under his feet, whoever's head was touched by his toes, that person's head would immediately explode strangely. Chu Yang stepped on the blood of corpses and rushed forward. Behind him, corpses would fall down with a series of popping sounds. At this time, the commander's flag had been raised on the high slope. The flag bearers at the side waved the flag crazily and signaled, "I'd rather die than let him leave." The troops at the front all turned around and stepped on the corpses of their comrades to counterattack crazily. There was no strategy. They were fighting with their lives. The only way for ordinary soldiers to deal with an expert like Chu Yang was to sacrifice themselves, using human lives, the lives of hundreds and thousands of people, in exchange for his life. In front of Chu Yang, there was an open space. It was hundreds of feet wide. Hundreds of feet away, the rear troops were lined up neatly. Sabers were unsheathed, arrows were nocked, and men were on the ground. Wang Tenglong stood upright like a pine tree on the high slope. His complexion was cold and stiff. His eyes were fixated on Chu Yang's figure. He was constantly making hand signals. The flag signals were constantly changing along with his hand signals. And the neat formation of the rear army was also changing along with the flag signals. They were constantly blocking Chu Yang's path of advance. Wang Tenglong looked at King of Hell Chu with his sharp eyes. His complexion was cold and emotionless. He had seen too many scenes like this. How many famous generals had the ability to charge into an army all by themselves? Wang Tenglong had done his best to arrange this defensive line to the best of his ability. So, he had made the changes in the battle formation more reasonable. It's King of Hell Chu's fate if he dies here. It would be his fate if King of Hell Chu were to break out of the encirclement and escape. It's not that I didn't command well. I'm only doing my job to the best of my ability. That's all. Chu Yang didn't stop. He was crazily rushing all the way. Everything before his eyes turned dark. Several figures pounced on him from the front, back, left, and right. They opened their big mouths ferociously and roared. Then, they used their bodies to welcome Chu Yang's sword. Then, they ferociously crashed into him. Countless people pounced on him as soon as these people started to move. Human wave tactic. The people who were pouncing on him were doomed to die. But, Their deaths could create a huge obstacle for the enemy. At the very least, those 100 kilograms of flesh were pounding on the enemy's body. Moreover, they were entangling the enemy's life force. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to keep the enemy here. An ordinary king-level expert would have died under such a crazy attack if he had been in their place. However, Chu Yang was different. That's because Chu Yang's calamity sword had the strange ability to devour the life force. These soldiers were desperately pouncing on him. So, they would only give him endless power. But they wouldn't pose any threat to him. Perhaps they would obstruct him. But it wouldn't be serious. Dozens of silhouettes swooped down from the sky and pressed down on Chu Yang's entire body. They formed a mountain of flesh. All the soldiers at the side roared in grief and indignation. They raised their swords and sabers and slashed at the mountain of flesh. This was the only way to deal with such an expert. They would chop the enemy and the people who were entangled with him into minced meat. Then, they would eliminate him completely. Otherwise, once he escaped from this mountain of flesh, he would have a place to move. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to kill him. They had experienced this many times before. It wasn't the first time they had killed a strong expert. Although they were sad and indignant, there was no other way. It had been proven that this method was absolutely effective. But today, it might not be so. Hundreds of sabers fell at the same time. Suddenly, a burst of sword light flashed in front of everyone. That mountain of flesh disintegrated in an instant, and a bright sword light rushed out from inside. With a crashing sound, the circle of sabers broke into pieces. Chu Yang's blood-red figure roared angrily and turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. In such a cruel battle, Chu Yang's fighting direction had never changed. He kept going north. Sword lights flew out one after another, and blood, flesh, heads, and limbs flew up into the air. It had always been a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang realized that this move was simply tailor-made to deal with group attacks. Therefore, after his epiphany, he didn't use any other sword moves. He only used the first move repeatedly. He skillfully used it. His feet didn't stop moving. He didn't know how many times he had used it. Suddenly, his body felt light. He had escaped from the encirclement. He had arrived at a spacious area. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. His body moved in a strange, zigzagging curve. He continued to rush forward. The moment he escaped from the encirclement, a bugle horn sounded. All of a sudden, the sky turned pitch black. Chu Yang looked up. He saw that the army in front of him that hadn't moved. They raised their hands in an orderly manner. Countless spears flew towards him in waves. At the same time, the archers also moved. There were dozens of siege crossbows shooting towards him. Behind him, all the soldiers stopped in their tracks at the same time and threw their javelins at him. For a moment, the sky was covered. Tens of thousands of arrows, thousands of spears, and the powerful siege crossbows were all aimed at him. "Be careful," the sword spirit reminded. Chu Yang had already let out a loud shout. His body swayed, and he dashed out diagonally to the right. Sticking close to the ground, he flew out swiftly like a piece of white paper. The calamity sword transformed into a sword light in front of him, shooting down all the arrows that were coming at him. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. A total of 8 siege crossbows had collided at the place where he had been standing a moment ago, and they had issued a huge sound wave. In fact, it had almost deafened people's ears in an instant, and the ferocious force had made Chu Yang tumble out before he could even stand firm. Chu Yang felt a fatal crisis. He hurriedly leaned his body to one side. However, he felt a burning sensation on his left shoulder. Then, he felt a burst of coldness. An arrow had pierced his shoulder. It had almost pierced through it. Only the arrowhead was left in front of him. Chu Yang rolled a bit. Then, he bounced up. His body forcibly transformed into a mass of light. Another 2 whooshing sounds were heard. Chu Yang's legs crossed. 2 arrows shot into his thighs almost at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. His muscles trembled as he stood upright. Chu Yang coldly snorted. He felt that he couldn't dodge those 2 arrows, but he had crossed his legs. So, those 2 arrows had shot into his muscles. They hadn't hurt his bones. However, Chu Yang still felt a heart-piercing pain when he had received 3 arrow wounds in an instant. 3 people were riding on horses. They were surrounded by the rear army. The bowstrings of their big bows were still buzzing. They looked at each other in amazement. The 3 of them hadn't expected that 3 top-ranked archers in a million-man army wouldn't be able to kill King of Hell Chu on the spot. This kind of reaction was too terrifying. All the attacks just now were just for show. The real killing blow was those 3 arrows. These 3 arrows had undoubtedly gathered all of their essence, energy, and spirit. Moreover, they were at such a close distance. So, there was no chance of failure. The 3 of them had felt confident, but they hadn't expected that they would fail at the same time. After shooting those 3 arrows, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to shoot an arrow of C grade in a short time. After all, how could they shoot an arrow with all of their essence, energy, and spirit? Chu Yang rapidly retreated in a spiral shape. His 2 feet fiercely stomped on the ground. Suddenly, the sand on the ground was kicked up by him. It was misty. Whooshing sounds were unceasingly heard. The path that Chu Yang had taken to dodge was full of arrows. However, Chu Yang was finally able to catch his breath. He waved his calamity sword. The arrowheads and arrowheads were cut off at the same time. He let the arrow shafts stay in his body. With a loud whistle, his body soared into the sky. He turned into a ball of light. Then, he fell from the sky like a meteor. He shot high into the sky with a long flaming tail. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang's voice was filled with unspeakable anger. He suddenly swept across the distance of 200 feet and rushed into the army formation with a sharp howl. It was as if a bomb had exploded. There was a loud bang. The moment he rushed in, more than 2 digits of heads flew into the air. They didn't fall down for a long time. Then, countless severed limbs were thrown into the air like stars. They rose and fell one after another. Blood rolled out like waves. Chu Yang rushed in with his sword like a big ship. He sailed across the surface of the water and advanced courageously. Chapter 348. The only chance to kill Chu Yinji is in that open land. I won't be able to kill him even if I use my life to kill him. So, I can only use the terrain to my advantage. I'll lose this advantage if he enters the crowd. There are a lot of people. There are 10,000 of them. But only a dozen or so people can attack at the same time once the melee begins. How can such a small number of people deal with a king-level expert? Therefore, King of Hell Chu would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains if he enters the crowd. Signal the flag. Straighten up the formation. Gather the troops and chase him down. Chase him down regardless of the consequences. Wang Tenglong quickly adjusted his mentality. He knew that he still had a chance to kill Chu Yinji. The pursuit of 10,000 people on a single person could drive him to his death. He is very powerful. After all, he is seriously injured. It's impossible for him to kill 10,000 elite soldiers. He will die of exhaustion as long as we continue to consume his energy. Yes, the bodyguard immediately issued the order. Leave only a few people behind to count the casualties. The rest of you should immediately participate in the chase. No mistakes are allowed. Wang Tenglong looked at the messy battlefield. He sighed sadly, but he didn't hesitate. He resolutely and decisively issued the order. Wang Tenglong's heart was filled with hatred. Those bastards of the Golden Horse Riders Department were the main force in hunting down King of Hell Chu. Where the hell did you guys go? We agreed that we would only assist in stopping him. But they sent some ordinary people to stop a king-level expert. This is a complete disgrace. Wang Tenglong was certain that king-level expert Chu Yinji was a valiant king-level expert. Moreover, this king-level expert wasn't a low-level one. Chu Yang rushed out like a hurricane. His golden body had already become a standard blood man. He could see the open land in front of him. Behind him, the sounds of troops being deployed could be heard. Chu Yang knew that this was the time to fight. I'll be safe as long as I can escape this round of pursuit. He leaped into the air and used his final move, Bird Dragon Twisting Pillar. to kick the two cavalrymen off their warhorses. Then, he leaped onto his warhorse and abruptly pulled on the reins. His legs clamped together, and the sturdy horse let out a long neigh. Then, he twisted his neck and galloped forward like an arrow. "Release the arrows." Chu Yang coldly snorted as he heard a stern shout from behind. Then, he leaned on the horse's back and ignored the shout. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Yang fiercely turned around and brandished his long sword. Bang, 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 bang. The arrows neatly fell on the ground. Chu Yang conveniently grabbed an arrow and fiercely stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The strong horse felt the pain and ran even faster. The people behind him shouted and the horses neighed. Then, the sound of iron hooves thundered in an orderly manner. The iron stream quickly formed into a black flood on the road and chased after Chu Yang at lightning speed. Chu Yang was at the front, and he was riding on a cloud of dust. Behind him, there was a torrential flood no more than 70 or 80 feet away. The entire troop was actually pulled into a galloping formation that was several miles long. Their banners fluttered in the wind, and they let out shrill whistles. In this early summer weather, thousands of people were crazily whipping their horses. A wave of hostility rose into the sky, as if it was going to cover the clear sky. However, the distance between them had finally increased a little. Chu Yang's heart gradually calmed down. Then, he pulled out the 3 sections of the arrow shaft from his body. Enduring the pain, he threw them out. The sword spirit endured the pain and quickly injected a large amount of medicinal power into his body to heal his wounds. The sound of hooves was rapid as Chu Yang galloped for his life. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he also felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the Calamity Sword's ability to devour living beings, he really might not have been able to break through. The troop that he had encountered just now was undoubtedly an elite troop. The extent of their valiance was unimaginable. If he hadn't arrived at the right time and launched his attack when they were setting up camp, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to shake the army. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for it. They had faced the enemy in a panic, but they still had such fighting strength. They had almost left the master of the Calamity Sword here forever. One could well imagine how dreadful this troop was. But I don't know who the commander of this troop is. No matter who the commander is, he isn't an ordinary person. I must be careful if I encounter him on the battlefield in the future. Jingming Hun was still at the bottom of the cliff. He was still searching everywhere. Jingming Hun had found the traces that Chu Yang had left behind when he had gone down the cliff. This had greatly boosted his confidence. King of Hell Chu is here. Therefore, he had searched even more carefully after he had gone down. He had even ordered people to dive into the small pool at the bottom of the cliff to check it out. Some of the flashes were even more noticeable. The bears, wolves, and other animals that had settled down at the bottom of the cliff were very unlucky. They had been forced to flee in all directions. They were in an extremely difficult situation. Everyone felt that victory was in sight. Everyone was in high spirits. They were determined to kill King of Hell Chu at the bottom of the cliff. However, the sound of shouting and killing was heard from afar while everyone was searching for Chu Yang like a raging fire. It wasn't the sound of 1 or 2 people. Instead, it was the sound of thousands of people clamoring at the same time. The sound spread far and wide in this spacious mountain forest. Jingming Hun was startled. He stood up and strained his ears to listen. He asked, "What's that sound?" The sound could be heard, but it was a mess. The distance was too far. So, it was impossible to hear what was being shouted. It seems that Wang Tunglong's army is mutinying. A command horse rider frowned and said suspiciously. These words left Jingming Hun speechless. There's only one army in the vicinity. Who else could it be if not him? As for saying that it was a mutiny, Jingming Hun wished that he could slap this guy's head. Wang Tinglong's strict management of his army was well known throughout the world. Jingming Hun wouldn't be surprised if a mutiny could happen in any army. But Wang Tinglong's army would never do so. Moreover, this was his most elite personal army. Since it's not a mutiny, then it must be. Jingming Hun suddenly jumped up. Not good. King of Hell Chu has rushed out. Let's go quickly. The command horse rider was stunned. I said mutiny. But this king-level expert Jing said, not a mutiny. And he even said, since it's not a mutiny. Then, he said that King of Hell Chu had escaped? This jump in thinking was too big. The command horse rider stared blankly for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, Jing Ming Hun had already issued an order. So, everyone climbed the opposite cliff and rushed towards the direction where the sound had come from. However, the battle cries had already faded away by the time they were halfway there. It was already late by the time they arrived at the scene. The entire canyon had turned into a sea of blood. Early summer was the time when all living things were at their most luxuriant. But the flourishing greenery couldn't hide the smell of blood. Less than 500 soldiers were silently and patiently rummaging through the piles of corpses. They were looking for their companions' corpses. They were trying their best to reattach their mutilated limbs to their original bodies. The wind was whistling. Many round heads had been chopped off and were rolling around in the wind. Their long hair was floating in the air. Jing Ming Hun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He rushed forward like an arrow and grabbed a soldier. He then shouted, "What's going on? Where are the people?" The soldier who had been grabbed by Jing Ming Hun found it difficult to breathe. He tilted his head and looked at Jing Ming Hun with disdain. He then slowly said, "Old people are people." He paused for a moment and then continued, "And these brothers lying on the ground are also people." Jing Ming Hun was speechless. He weakly released his grip and put him down. He then asked, "What's going on?" The soldier looked at him indifferently. His eyes were gradually burning with grief and indignation. He didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Are you the people of the Golden Horse Riders Department?" Jing Ming Hun looked at the burning anger in his eyes. He felt somewhat guilty as he replied, "Yes. Hunting down King of Hell Chu is your business." The soldier pursed his lips miserably. It seemed as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He then said, "We fought a bloody battle with King of Hell Chu. Countless brothers have died miserably. But you still want to ask, what's going on?" He suddenly straightened his body and fiercely stretched out his hand. He pointed at Jing Ming Hun's nose and shouted with all his strength, "You tell me what's going on?" Jing Ming Hun stared at him in a daze. He was speechless. "Where were you when we were bathed in blood? Where were you when our brothers died at the hands of King of Hell Chu?" The soldier laughed out loud. "The war ended, and you came? You asked us, what's going on?" "Ah." Jing Ming Hun heaved a long sigh. He felt speechless. The opposite party was just a small soldier. Jing Ming Hun could have crushed 10 of them with just one finger. However, this middle-grade king-level expert felt somewhat guilty as he faced the other party's reproach and angry gaze. He heaved a long sigh and lowered his head. He then asked in a low voice, "How are the casualties? How are the casualties? Can't you see for yourself?" The soldier stretched out his hand and roared. His chest heaved up and down, and his voice became hoarse. His eyes turned red as soon as he heard the word casualties. 130 brothers died in battle. None of them were injured. The soldier's voice became gloomy. His tears finally flowed down and dripped on the ground. "How do you feel about this number?" Jing Ming Hun could only sigh. Then, he raised his foot and saluted the corpses on the battlefield. He then said in a loud voice, "Brothers, I'm Jing Ming Hun. I'm sorry. We were a step too late." They suddenly felt as if their hearts were being fried in oil. 130 had died, but no one was injured. This was enough to explain a lot of things. All the soldiers here knew why they had come. They knew the whole story. Wang Tinglong had never concealed anything when he led the troops, except for some important strategic decisions. Therefore, they felt grief and indignation. Chapter 349. Moreover, it was a war between two countries even if they were only facing one person. However, the Golden Horse Riders Department was supposed to be the main force in the pursuit, but they had arrived late after the war had ended. This was their biggest anger. They wouldn't have sacrificed so many brothers if they had arrived earlier, but the enemy still managed to escape. Therefore, their biggest resentment wasn't King of Hell Chu. Instead, it was the Golden Horse Riders Department. More than 400 soldiers who were collecting corpses on the battlefield suddenly burst into tears along with Jing Minghun's apology. Brothers, you died. You sacrificed yourselves. But the other party has also apologized. Even though it was only a gentle apology, Jing Minghun's mood was heavy. He felt ashamed to face these ordinary soldiers. He hurriedly led the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department to follow the direction of the army. They were chasing after them at full speed. Hundreds of experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department felt that they had lost face. How could they endure being reprimanded by a lowly soldier? But so many people died because of me. Can't I rest with some resentment? We arrived late. So, who can we blame? We had agreed that the enemy would set up a camp to obstruct us. Then, we would fight and capture everything that belonged to us. But Zhu Sha had arrived after the battle. Chu Yang took the lead. He frantically slapped his horse and swept across the ground like a meteor. However, the army was chasing after him. They were getting closer and closer. There was no fork in the road. There was no intersection. There were only mountains on both sides. There wasn't even a forest. Chu Yang felt that the skin on his inner thighs had been rubbed by the saddle. Wang Tenglong's eyes were firmly locked on the horse in front of him. He was constantly issuing orders. Nearly 1,000 people had dismounted from their horses and were frantically rushing over on foot. It wasn't that they couldn't support themselves, but this was Wang Tenglong's arrangement. The enemy only had one man and one horse. So, they couldn't run for a long time. Therefore, Wang Tenglong's side had to take care of the horse's stamina. First, I'll spare 1,000 horses. Then, I'll choose an elite force to chase after the enemy. Then, I'll wait until the 1,000 people in front of me are exhausted. Then, I'll immediately switch to these 1,000 horses. There won't be any delay. Moreover, I'll have twice the stamina of the enemy. This is the method of pursuit. It's common sense that this person wouldn't be lucky if thousands of people chasing after him. Sooner or later, he would be caught. However, Wang Tenglong didn't dare to say that he was confident as he looked at the man and the horse in front of him. Who knows what kind of strange method this resourceful king of Hell Chu would come up with. Therefore, Wang Tenglong didn't dare to be careless. So, he kept urging them to speed up. He was determined to capture King of Hell Chu on this straight mountain road. The terrain would give King of Hell Chu an endless amount of space to display his skills or conceal his tracks. And that would make things difficult for Chu Yang. Chu Yang's whole body was sweating like rain. The pursuers behind him were less than 500 feet away. Although he didn't show it on his face, he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He knew that if he continued to chase after them like this, he would eventually die at the hands of these 10,000 elites. The horse under him was already sweating profusely, and steam was coming out of its nose. It couldn't hold on for much longer. Chu Yang coldly snorted in his heart. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. It was nothing more than that, nothing more than that. After turning around, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, the lush greenery was actually so cute. Chu Yang fiercely whipped the horse's back. Then, his body leaned forward slightly. He was ready at any time. Chu Yang's heart was as calm as ice and snow as he faced the hope of getting out of this predicament. Chu Yang turned around, and a group of people shouted at the same time. They saw the dense forest in front of them and the continuous range of mountains. Shoot the arrows. Shoot at all costs. Wang Tenglong hadn't turned around yet, but he knew what had happened when he heard these shouts. He made a prompt decision and gave the order. The speed of this chase was very fast. Shooting arrows would have no effect. The enemy's speed wouldn't decrease at the time the arrows were shot. In fact, he would have already left the shooting range. So, he would have ended up hurting his own people. Moreover, he didn't have a lot of arrows. So, he had no choice but to give up. However, he couldn't care about that at the moment. He didn't have the extravagant hope of killing King of Hell Chu on the spot. Wang Tenglong thought that it would be enough to add a few scars on his body. This would increase the chances of the Golden Horse Riders Department's subsequent pursuit. Thousands of arrows were shot at the same time as the order was issued. Some of the officers even threw their own weapons over. Chu Yang's body sprang up from the horse's back with a long and loud shout. He turned into a fuzzy shadow in the air and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. His body had barely left the warhorse's back when he had suddenly stood up. The powerful recoil had slowed down the horse's speed, and it had suddenly turned into a huge iron hedgehog. It had rushed forward a few feet and had fallen down with a loud bang. However, Chu Yang's body had already entered the forest like a meteor with the help of this force. The dense trees swayed a few times, and his figure disappeared. Soon after, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Dozens of large trees on the outskirts of the dense forest fell down. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, crashing down on the pursuing cavalry. The men shouted and the horses neighed. The dozens of horses that had been chasing after them didn't have enough time to dodge. The riders on the horses rolled and crawled away horizontally. They rolled on the ground a few times and finally escaped. However, the warhorses weren't so lucky. They were crushed by the trees, and their blood splattered everywhere. These dozens of big trees were so thick that it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around them. They had suddenly fallen down and had completely blocked the entrance to the forest. People could still go in. However, it was impossible to ride a horse. Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang had almost reached the point of exhaustion even with the support of the Tribulation Sword. It would have been difficult for me to escape this calamity if this forest hadn't appeared. He forcibly supported his exhausted body and went all the way to the depths of the forest. He took out a jug of Vitality spring water as he walked. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. He gulped down a big jug of water. Then, he felt that the burning sensation in his throat had somewhat subsided. Wang Tinglong waved his hand, and the cavalry stopped one after another. Send a message to the army on the other side of the mountain. Let them take over the task of capturing King of Hell Chu. Wang Tinglong let out a long sigh. I've done my best to reach this point. Next would be the Battle of the Jungle. However, if his ordinary soldiers were to enter the jungle, wouldn't they only be slaughtered in this dark primitive jungle? Only an expert would be able to capture King of Hell Chu. General, can we? Deputy General Sun Fu, whose gasping for breath hadn't calmed down. He was exhausted from the journey. So, he tentatively put forward a suggestion. How about setting fire to the mountain? Setting fire to the mountain? Wang Tinglong wrinkled his brows. He raised his head and felt the whistling sound of the wind. It was the southeast wind. He then looked at the unbroken mountain range for thousands of miles. He couldn't help but sigh. There were too many oily trees in this mountain forest. So, a fire dragon would sweep across thousands of miles if it were to catch fire. It might have been early summer, but this lush greenery would have been reduced to ashes. Wang Tinglong hesitated for a moment. Then, he slowly said, setting fire to hundreds of thousands of acres of mountain forest for one person is too vicious. He sighed again. It was obvious that he was very conflicted in his heart. He spoke again after a long time. This mountain forest stretches across thousands of mountains and rivers. It's 3,000 miles north from here, and it's 1,500 miles south from here. It's all mountain forest. These mountain forests are in the territory of Great Zhao. Wang Tinglong forced a smile. At least 30 million people of Great Zhao rely on these unbroken mountain forests to make a living. This fire would be equivalent to burning 30 million people of Great Zhao to death. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I can't. Wang Tinglong replied in a somewhat frustrated manner. Sun Fu, who lowered his head in shame. King of Hell Chu may be inside the mountain forest, but our first priority is to put out the fire. We can't set it on fire. Wang Tinglong said, these unbroken mountains have existed for thousands of years. How can we destroy them in our hands? Won't you and I become eternal sinners if that happens? I was too rash. Bifuhu was ashamed of himself. No, you weren't reckless. I was also tempted a moment ago. Wang Tinglong took a deep breath. Setting fire to the mountain would have solved the problem once and for all. But I can't do that. So, I had to convince you to convince myself. He took a deep breath and sighed deeply. He repeated this for a long time. Then, he weakly said, We can't set fire to this mountain forest even if it's an iron cloud, let alone in Great Zhao. This mountain forest is too dense. We are soldiers. We can kill people on the battlefield, but we can't destroy humanity. We can't commit atrocities. Yes, this subordinate will follow the Supreme Commander's instructions. Sun Fu, who was convinced. Wang Tinglong led his men to wait for a while. Jingming Hun and the others finally arrived like a whirlwind. King of Hell, Chu has entered this mountain forest? Jingming Hun frowned. Why didn't you pursue him first? Wang Tinglong knitted his brows when he heard these words. Wang Tinglong had a belly full of anger in his heart. That's your problem. Wang Tinglong replied disdainfully. He meaningfully looked at Jingming Hun and said, King-level expert Jing, the Golden Horse Riders Department must give an explanation for the deaths of my subordinates. He paused for a moment. Then, he slowly said, even Prime Minister Diwu must give an explanation for this matter. Jingming Hun stared blankly. He could hear that General Wang's heart was on the verge of erupting in anger. He couldn't restrain it. He knew that he was in the wrong. So, he couldn't say anything. Wang Tinglong coldly snorted. Then, he turned over and mounted his horse. His back was as straight as a javelin. His complexion was cold and stiff. He slowly threw out a few words. I, Wang Tinglong, am not someone that a king-level expert like you can question. You don't have the right to question what I do, or whether I pursue or not. Wang Tinglong waved his hand after he had finished speaking. Withdraw. The army followed behind him. They withdrew with a rumbling sound. Every soldier who passed by Jingming Hun and the others looked at them as if they wanted to swallow them alive. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.